Will I pay my dues affiliated to this paper? I need freedom from my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Real, it's not one trillip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, you're right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay. I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you're right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig it ball up top and make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No cosign and no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice and I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, cosign and no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everyone who is in the building early. It's good to see and hear each and every one of you. If you guys can see and hear me, okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early, all right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love, being a mod extraordinaire. Make sure you guys do exactly what she is saying to do. All right, and show her some love, throw some like enforcers in the chat. And to everyone else who is in the building, shout out to y'all. Hopefully everybody is having a good start to their day. All right, so we are going to talk about some important things today, at least things that I think are important. You can be the judge. Maybe you might not feel that they're so important. Maybe you guys might feel that they are important. You know what I'm saying? But I think this stuff is very important. All right, we're going to switch that there. Yeah, we're going to put it on crypto mode, right? So I left in the Q&A section in the live chat, what is the number that is necessary for people to retire on? The amount of money that's necessary. Anybody that's in the chat, go ahead and give me a guess. What is the number of dollars or number of money or assets or whatever in dollars that you need to retire on? All right. What do you think? Now, the number varies based on your location, right? So take that into consideration as well. But, you know, an average estimate would be fine. Now, here's another question. How many people even believe that they'll be able to retire in the world today? I don't even think that a lot of people are under the belief that it'll be financially possible for them to retire. But that's my question for you all. All right. So we're gonna take a look at this. All right. We're gonna take a look at this. All right. $1.5 million is the magic number for retirement savings. Here's how long it lasts in every US state. Now, you guys remember when we came up with the crypto goals, right? Let's try to have $1 million by the end of this year. Let's try to have $1 million by the end of this year. If you have $1 million by the end of this year, then that means that as long as you manage your money and you maintain your cryptocurrency portfolio for the most part, as far as what's necessary based on current calculations, in order to get to the retirement magic number, all you will need is another $500,000, which should be fairly easy for you to make based on passive income with your crypto, right? If you guys would agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. All right. Now, let me ask you this. How many people think that they're going to easily be able to reach this $1.5 million? Based on how much you're making at your job, based on how much money you have right now, based on your debt, based on, the assets that you have. What do you think? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said 2.5 million. I wouldn't disagree with that because, most of the time these numbers are low. So if you can go higher than these numbers, you always want to go higher than the number, right? So look at these related stories, right? We're going to take a look at the related stories. Save and invest. How long $1 million would last in retirement in every U.S. state? So I want you to understand what this means. I want you to understand what this means. Mathematically, what this means is that every retiree needs to be a millionaire. That's what that means. You need to become a millionaire to be able to retire. Now, why is that important? It's important because in most people's minds, becoming a millionaire is something far-fetched that they only wish that they could achieve. But what you don't realize is that this is necessary. This is a necessity. This is mature money. This is what you need. Every retiree, in order to retire successfully without having to be a Walmart greeter, must be a millionaire. Now, I want you to take that into consideration and also take into consideration how much people downplay the necessity of financial education and awareness. And then ask yourself the question, well, at this point, when these things happen, these very same people will be saying, how did this happen? Why is this me? It must be some outside force that caused me to be this broke. No, it's not an outside force. It's an internal force. You need to be a millionaire in order to retire, period. That means that every person in the United States, if they wish to retire, they need to be a millionaire, which means that being a millionaire is not really that big of a deal anymore. It's not that big of an accomplishment. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, AB Promotions. Yo, what's good, bro? Hey, that short that you put up just now had me dying laughing. Somebody in the comment section. Somebody in the comment section. Somebody in the comment section said, who is Mahi? I replied to the comment. I said, if you don't know who Mahi is, bro, you must be living under a rock. You don't know who Mahi is? You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, that was hilarious. Oh, man. Dude left a comment and said, who is Mahi? I said, bro, you don't know who Mahi is? Where you been at? Oh, man, that shit was hilarious. Oh, man. But yeah, though, man, look at these headlines right here, right? How long $1 million will last in retirement in every U.S. state. The 10 states where $1 million runs out the fastest in retirement, which means these probably want to be the 10 states that you stay away from, right? How much money you need to retire in every U.S. state? It's more than $700,000. Now, shout out to Emperor Rex. What's good with it, bro? Now, why is this important? This is important because these are amounts of money that people like, you know what I'm saying? Like people deitize these amounts of money. If you're a millionaire, oh my God, you got a lot of money. It's not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? So I want to ask you guys this question. How many people that you know do you think will be able to retire comfortably? How many people do you know who even have a goal to try to have $1 million at some point in their life? This is $1 million that you don't spend either. This is $1 million that, you know, this is going to be the supplementary income for the remaining days of your life. And don't forget, people are living longer, right? And the money is spending shorter, right? So this is $1.5 million today. Who knows where it'll be after hyperinflation and all of that? You know what I'm saying? All of the different economic cycles, where the dollar will be at in 10, 15, 20, 30 years, however much life you might have left, right? But I want you guys to understand, and I want you guys to see it's not important. It's not important. It's not a necessity. Look at how, look, pay attention. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Many people consider roughly 1.5 million the magic number for retirement savings. Retirement savings, all right? This isn't Social Security. You know what I'm saying? This isn't none of that. This is how much money you put in. Okay? This is how much money you put in. Northwestern Mutual survey of 4,588 Americans. But how long that money lasts depends on where you live. All right? In addition to Social Security payments. See, in addition to Social Security payments. Right? So understand, this $1.5 million, this doesn't include Social Security. This is $1.5 million in addition to Social Security. Shout out to AB. AB said, crying laughing. I saw the comment, but I didn't know you responded. Yeah, I had to ask him, like, bro, you ain't up on Mahi? You ain't even got no business commenting on this video if you don't know what's going on with Mahi, bro. You know what I'm saying? Where you been at? Shout out to Carlton. What's good with it, bro? You put him onto some new game, AB. You put him onto some new game. You know what I'm saying? So in addition to Social Security, you need $1.5 million end of life money, right? Now check this out. $1.5 million would last a household just 17 years in Hawaii, likely falling short of a full retirement for someone leaving the workforce at 65, according to a new Go banking rates analysis. All right. In contrast, retirees in West Virginia could stretch the same amount for 54 years, the longest of any state. Now, your money will go the furthest in West Virginia, right? Now, let me ask you this question. What's the likelihood of convincing people to retire in West Virginia? You can't convince people of anything. They'll come up with every single excuse of why not to go there. And if you listen to people on YouTube, they don't have anything for you, right? They don't have anything for you. But we're looking at the analysis right here. You know what I'm saying? Go Banking Rates based its analysis on data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics 2023 Consumer Expenditure Survey, which looks at how much retirees typically spend each year on essentials such as groceries, housing, utilities, transportation, and healthcare. Now, when it comes to these things, what do these things all have in common? Groceries, utilities, transportation, and healthcare. What do all of those things have in common? One of the things that they all have in common is that they're all necessary for you to live with, right? Another thing that they all have in common is that the price of them is continuously increasing over time, which again means that just because it's 1.5 million today, is probably more like what Brooklyn Queen said, 2.5 million, because the power of the dollar is eroding over time. As time goes on, things get expensive and the dollar buys you less. If you would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The data was then adjusted for each state using the Missouri Economics Research and Information Center's cost of living index. By factoring in average expenses rather than just the bare minimum needed to survive, the data aims to offer a more realistic picture of retirement affordability across the country. Unsurprisingly, states with the highest costs, including California, New York, and Massachusetts, are among the most expensive places to retire. Now, anti-wealth, right? Broke mob. Anti-wealth, broke mob. Let me ask you guys this question. What's common about California, New York, and Massachusetts? Not only are they the most expensive places, right? These are Democrat areas. These are liberal areas, right? So let me ask you guys this question. What sense does it make for the people that's facing the largest racial wealth gap in human history to continue to live in these places and support these politicians? How can you possibly have a racial wealth gap, live in places that create an environment that's the most expensive to live, and then turn around and tell somebody you ain't black if you don't vote for these people? Somebody make it make sense. Broke, right? Broke mob, pro-crime culture. This is ridiculous. We're looking at the data right here. You're helping people out by creating the most expensive environment in the world for people who, by and large, have the least amounts of money. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You can't make it make sense. And because it doesn't make sense, that's why it's attractive to so many of the nonsensical people. And that's why the nonsensical people continue to support it. Now, let me ask you this question. Am I lying? Is there anything that I've said that hasn't been consistent with raw data? Now, look at where this article is coming from. This article is coming from CNBC. But when we talk about the raw data, they saying, unsurprisingly, states with the highest housing costs, including California, New York, Massachusetts, are among the most expensive places to retire. Now, we got to ask this question, right? If these are blue states, if these are blue states with blue cities, right? These are migrant crisis places, right? Who gives these states the most political support? So again, we're looking at another instance of people voting themselves, supporting themselves into oblivion, and they can't be bothered. But they'll be bothered when it comes time for them to retire, and they still got to compete with an android at Walmart for a greeter job. And then, it'll be what? We weren't told. 3/18/2025, you were told. So we're going to kill those we weren't told lies. Right? It's not we weren't told, it's this wasn't a priority. We didn't choose to care. How are we going to retire? Good question. I can't tell you. I don't know. Not my problem. Right? So now it says the difference in average annual household costs can vary by as much as $30,000 between states, with similar disparities found in utilities and healthcare expenses, although they make up a smaller portion of the household budget. Here's a look at how long 1.5 million plus Social Security payments would last in each state on average, listed in alphabetical order according to Go Banking rates. All right, so here's this. All right, so Alabama, annual cost after Social Security, $30,270. Years, $1.5 million last 50 years. All right, so 50 years will last you, or $1.5 million will last you 50 years in Alabama. That's not bad. In Alaska, annual cost after Social Security, $50,997. Years, 1.5 million last 29. Arizona, look at that, 1.5 million last 34 years. Arkansas, 1.5 million last 49 years. California, look, it goes all the way down to 24 years. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous. So what's interesting is that if you pay attention to the pattern of all of this, for the most part, look at Massachusetts, 23 years, 1.5 million will last you. All of the Democrat areas, look at Mississippi, 1.5 million will last you 51 years there. All the Democrat areas, your money is gone. New Jersey, 33 years. New Hampshire, 34 years. New York, 29 years. Now look at North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, 44. You know what I'm saying? Oklahoma, 51. Oregon, 35. So there's a clear-cut financial pattern there, right? Shout out to AW1. What's good with it, bro? There's a clear-cut pattern if you keep looking at this. The $1.5 million is going to last you the most in a red state, period. Now, you know, again, as much as people want to, you know, deitize the $1.5 million, hey, man, this is what you need. You need 1.5 million. You need 1.5 million to retire. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How are you going to get to 1.5 million? How's anybody going to get it? Who's got a plan to get $1.5 million? You know what I'm saying? Who's talking about how to get $1.5 million? It's not important. It's not important until it is important. Right? Now we're going to talk about what happened with Ethereum. The price target got gutted. The price target for the end of the year was supposed to be $10,000. Standard Charter cut their price target 60% down to $4,000. I keep now listen again, right? We got to go through the whole our people won't make us great. How long, if you go back and watch, even years back, the old Tales from the Cryptocurrency videos, how long have I been talking about my disappointment with Ethereum? Standard Charter said it, so now it's official. I want you guys to see this. I want y'all to see it. Just saying. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said you can get it through Bitcoin. Facts. You could probably get it through the stock market, through commodities too, right? Gold is at an all-time high, $3,000 an ounce, right? But you're not going to get it through stuffing your money in a mattress. Right? Shout out to AB. AB says, but why? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. All right. Standard Charter cuts 2025 Ethereum price target by 60% to $4,000. All right. Standard Charter has, hold on real quick. Standard Charter has cut its 2025 price target for Ethereum to $4,000, pointing to factor like Base's growing market share. All right. So what this bullet point here is saying is that from Standard Charter's analysis, Ethereum is not competitive with competing chains. All right. That's the first thing that they're saying. We estimate that base, the dominant layer 2, has removed 50 billion of market cap from Ethereum alone. All right. So for the most part, what it seems like is happening, which is kind of interesting, is it seems like Ethereum is getting cannibalized by the layer 2 chains that it supports, that are built onto it, which is interesting. Okay. Standard Chartered has sharply lowered its 2025 price target for Ethereum from $10,000 to $4,000, citing several factors, including Ethereum layer 2 base's growing dominance. So what they're saying is that, you know, for the most part, Ethereum seems to be being outperformed by its own layer 2 scalers. You know what I'm saying? Layer 2s and base in particular now extract super profits from the Ethereum ecosystem. Standard Chartered's global head of digital assets research, Jeffrey Kendrick, said in a statement to the block on Monday, sharing his new report titled Ethereum Midlife Crisis. Now, I want to show you how, when I say that your people won't make you great, I'm serious. How long have I been saying this stuff about Ethereum? Now, the fact that you can't get people to be concerned about their own, you know, life, their own financial security, their own survival, it's not something that people pay too much attention to. So since they don't pay too much attention to it, it's not too many people to spread the message. Then when people that do pay attention to it, either independently or from hearing you say something, repeat the message and it blows up. And then people say, well, why did that blow up? Self-sustaining problem. People got to get off that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Yeah, for a long time, bro. I got videos from 2 or 3 years ago complaining about this problem with Ethereum. This is what people would say, quote unquote, he just like us. He don't know nothing, right? He just like us. He don't know nothing. Then as soon as Standard Chartered comes with it, that's the expert. But Standard Chartered don't have videos, you know what I'm saying, going back 2 or 3 years about this kind of stuff. They don't have articles written going back 2 or 3 years ago about this kind of stuff because these investment companies like Standard Chartered just now started getting into crypto. You know, BlackRock and Fidelity have been around for quite a long time, right? But everybody else hasn't been. This is a mirror issue, not an anything else issue. A mirror issue. This is a behavioral defect. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says we estimate that base, the dominant layer 2, has removed 50 billion of the market cap from Ethereum alone, Kendrick said. All right. Ethereum has essentially commoditized itself within its self-created layer 2 framework, with a growing layer of transaction fees now bypassing the layer 1 chain, according to Kendrick. All right. The solution would be to tax layer 2 super profits in the same way governments sometimes charge super taxes for foreign-owned mining companies that extract excess profits. Unless that happens, Ethereum-Bitcoin ratio will continue going down, Kendrick said. However, he does not see taxation as a likely shift, leaving Ethereum's long-term trajectory uncertain. All right. So now I want to ask you guys this question. Where do you all feel Ethereum is going? And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Now, as you guys can see right here, we got the Ethereum on the ticker right here. Ethereum is currently at $1,882. Right now, if this was a couple months ago, we would say that's a great price. Buy, right? If you ask me at this point, with the end of the year price prediction gutted by Standard Charter and the failure of performance of Ethereum, we got to ask the question, what should be done at this price? What should be done at this price? As you can see, the price has gone down, right? It's gone down since the writing of the article. Ethereum is currently trading at around $1,900, right? Over 60% down from its all-time high of approximately $4,878 in November of 2021, according to the block's Ethereum price page. Now, cryptocurrency has the most favorable environment that it's ever had in the world, ever, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is the most favorable environment that cryptocurrency has ever had. And many cryptocurrencies, aside from Bitcoin, are underperforming. It's not just Ethereum. Ethereum just happens to be, the discussion of the article, right? But a lot of cryptos are underperforming in the most favorable environment that we've ever had, allegedly. Why is that? So they're going to try to explain that here. Why Ethereum has underperformed. Changes made to Ethereum over the past few years, while perhaps necessary, have been value destructive, according to Kendrick. These include the merge, which removed Ethereum's unique proof of work status among smart contract peers, the layer 2 concept that gave away value for free, and decon, which further empowered layer 2s and created super profits for them. So, it seems like Ethereum has made a lot of modifications that are value removing. It doesn't seem like they've done a lot of value added modifications. It seems like they've done value removing modifications, right? Base in particular, which crypto exchange giant Coinbase incubated, is passing all of the profit, fees, and revenue minus data it extracts to Coinbase, its corporate owner, Kendrick said. All right. Layer 2s result in lower GDP on the Ethereum mainnet and lower fees, at least in the near term, Kendrick said. However, the longer term goal is to improve scalability and make fees more competitive, which should lead to more sustainable market share for Ethereum and potentially increase future GDPs and fees. All right. Blockchain GDP is a measure that treats a blockchain like a nation state, where the blockchain's activity mirrors economic output and its native token represents the local currency. Base makes getting on-chain more accessible with fast and cheap transactions and helps grow the Ethereum ecosystem by onboarding more users, builders, apps, and assets, all of whom are transacting in Ethereum and driving demand, a Base spokesperson told the block. We're also supporting the wider Ethereum community with grants, rewards, and tools by contributing a portion of our revenue back into funding public goods. Now, you already know, right? Who's taking advantage of these grants, rewards, and tools? XRP gives away grants, rewards, and tools too. Who's taking advantage of them? Right? I'm just saying, what I'm saying? What could turn Ethereum around? While Ethereum still dominates on several metrics, with shares of more than 50% of total value locked in decentralized finance assets, 57% of stablecoins, and 80% of tokenized assets, its dominance has been waning for some time. Now, this is something to think about. Let me ask you guys this question. At this point, what would be a more guaranteed investment? XRP or Ethereum? What do you guys think? XRP or Ethereum, which one would be a better asset? A better buy. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said XRP. I don't know. I don't know, man. In the short term, I gotta agree with Katsy. Gotta agree with Carlton. I think it could possibly be XRP. If you got Ethereum, I wouldn't go as far as to say dump it, right? But as far as accumulation, I don't know if I think you got more time to accumulate Ethereum, and I think that the time span on XRP is a little bit lower. I think that XRP is going to increase in price in a more significant way than Ethereum will in the short term. So there's less of a time frame on getting XRP at a low cost, right? Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, isn't XRP part of the new strategic reserve? Oh, absolutely, the quote-unquote new strategic reserve, because it was supposed to be a Bitcoin reserve, right? Right? It was supposed to be a Bitcoin reserve, but, you know, what happened to the Bitcoin reserve? I guess only MicroStrategy's the only ones got a Bitcoin reserve now. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says for Ethereum to regain momentum, several factors could play a role. The continued expansion of tokenized real-world assets, where Ethereum holds an 80% market share, could boost demand for the network, according to Kendrick. Additionally, upcoming technical upgrades, such as Pectra in 2025, may improve scalability and fee dynamics. Now, how many times has Ethereum, quote-unquote, upgraded? Let's ask this question. How many times has Ethereum upgraded? How many times has Bitcoin upgraded? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? And again, you know, as far as, you know, conflict of interest or whatever, I hold Ethereum. You know what I'm saying? Which is one of the reasons I'm frustrated with Ethereum. So, you know, it's not like I'm somebody that's a Bitcoin maximist, like, oh, you know, there's no, you know, Ethereum, yada, yada, yada. Nah, Ethereum has been making bad decisions for a long time. This whole thing right now, they've been stuck in the same place for a long time. This isn't even anything new. Even when they were at 3,500, still stuck in the same place for a long time while Bitcoin has skyrocketed. You know what I'm saying? Another potential solution would be for the Ethereum Foundation to implement economic reforms, such as taxing layer 2 networks that benefit from Ethereum's infrastructure. However, Kendrick sees this as an unlikely shift, right? Ethereum got the same problem as some people got. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else benefiting from us. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else benefiting from Ethereum, and Ethereum ain't getting no money. It sound familiar, don't it? That's what happened when you do stuff stupid. Ethereum is doing stuff stupid. So you see what happened? The value got cut. All these layer 2s making money off of Ethereum, and Ethereum can't get none. Sound familiar, don't it? Who that sound like? Shout out to Carlton. Sound familiar? You the one built the chain that way. You the one built the chain that way. Base making all this money off of Arbitrum making all this money off of It's consistent across the board. When you do stuff stupid, you get stupid results, period. Now Ethereum starving and everybody else eating. You see that Base took away $50 million from Ethereum. Ethereum's price got slashed. Did Base's price get slashed? Hell to the no. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said Ethereum is acting like the Lith. Ethereum is acting like the Lith, and the value is moving in the same direction as the Lith, ain't it? Right? It seemed like Ethereum has a shrinking profit gap because of doing backwards business. You know what I'm saying? Despite lowering its near-term outlook, Kendrick still expects Ether to appreciate over time, forecasting a price of $7,500 by 2028, 2029. However, without a fundamental change in Ethereum's fee structure, and people have been complaining about the gas fees for a long time, or market positioning, he sees Ethereum continuing to lag behind Bitcoin, with the Ethereum Bitcoin ratio projected to decline to 0.015 by 2027, which could be the lowest level since early 2017. Now, this is something to definitely consider. This is something to definitely consider. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right. Now, you know, like I said, this is something to consider, right? And here's something else to consider. Let me ask you this. When it comes to other cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin dominance, right? Which cryptocurrencies have the highest likelihood of flipping Ethereum's position? Forget Solana, XRP may flip Ethereum first, amid 5-year high. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people think that XRP will flip Ethereum? If you think that XRP will flip Ethereum, give me a thumbs up. If you think that they won't flip Ethereum, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said XRP, Doge. Now, look, it's simple mathematics, right? If Ethereum keeps going down and XRP keeps going up, if things continue in that direction, yeah, at some point, XRP will flip Ethereum. Shout out to DC Precise. What's good with it, bro? DC Precise says it's happened before. Yeah. So if that's, again, if that's the case, right, that would support short-term, near-term purchases of XRP. You know what I'm saying? Look at how bad the market is doing right now. Look at Bitcoin, 81,360. Look at Ethereum, 1,888. Now, here's the thing, right? This right here, this is the time to be stacking. Or Chainlink. Yeah, Chainlink is actually a really good price right now. Look at BNB. Now, again, right? What is the easiest way to get to 1.5 million? What's the easiest way to get to 1.5 million? 1.5 million is the magic number for what? That's the magic number for retirement, right? That we just talked about. And again, I want people, do you guys, having $1 million is looked at like a fantasy. People drool over it. Oh, $1 million. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Nah, that's what you need to be a complete mature adult. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's what's necessary to be a complete mature adult. $1 million. Shout out to AB Promotion, appreciating assets. Let me ask you this question. How much interest is there in appreciating assets? It's more interest in appreciating asses, right, than there is in appreciating assets. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? So again, we can't let none of this fly anymore. This nonsense about like we weren't told and all of this and we don't have and yada, yada, yada. Because it's not true. It's fake. It's false. It's fake news. Shout out to Blade. It's fake. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, listening to Black Light Revelations or doing your own research. You can thumbnail surf like what a lot of people do. I just don't like black light. Okay, so you know what I'm saying? Like, read the thumbnail, right, with your overly emotional self and go do your own research. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, right? Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said 1 million doesn't even go far in this economy. Facts. If you guys agree with Katsy, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. Where? Forget Solana. XRP may flip Ethereum amid 5-year high. XRP price is testing a historically significant resistance level whose breakouts have been preceded by a minimum 160% boom versus Ethereum in the past. All right. So what they're saying is that in the near term, you know, if XRP is able to get outside of this resistance, right? If XRP is able to get outside of this resistance, there's a possibility that there could be a 160% increase in the price. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. AB. Shout out to AB. AB said there's only interest in Mahi. Listen, if you don't know who Mahi is, I don't know where you've been. Like I told old dude in the comment section, bro, you've been under a rock. You know what I'm saying? You don't even got no business commenting on this video. You don't know who Mahi is, bro? Go on somewhere. That's hilarious, man. So yeah, so it says the XRP price versus the Ethereum price has reached its highest level in 5 years over the weekend, extending its recovery. On March 15th, the XRP Ethereum pair touched 0.00128 Ethereum for the first time since April of 2020. That amounts to a 925% rebound when measured from its all-time low of 0.00013 Ethereum established in June of 2024 and approximately 620% gains since November of 2024. All right, when Donald Trump won the U.S. presidential election. All right. So again, you have to, if you want to get to this $1.5 million, right? Now, again, the $1.5 million, that's only a retirement amount, right? This is our own independent goal separate of retirement, which what I'm trying to show you is the goal is not really that much. It's not a lot. It's not big. You know what I'm saying? It's not as impressive as people would think it is. The XRP Ethereum rally is fueling speculations among market watchers that XRP could flip Ethereum to become the second largest cryptocurrency by market capitalization. Now, let me ask you guys this. If XRP flips Ethereum, what would that do to the XRP price and what would that do to the Ethereum price? Honestly, if you ask me, one thing that has been carrying Ethereum for a very long time is not so much quality, it's not so much quantity, it's the fact that it's just been the second largest cryptocurrency. If you ask me, if anything surpasses Ethereum with Ethereum's price as low as it is, that could be disastrous for Ethereum. That could be a disaster. You know what I'm saying? For instance, analyst Dom highlights 0.0012 Ethereum as a historically significant resistance level, a threshold that has consistently preceded explosive rallies in past cycles. He notes that XRP has gone parabolic after breaking this resistance, delivering gains of at least 160% in previous instances. All right. He illustrated the same with 3 key breakout points in early 2017, late 2017, and 2018 when XRP surged against Ethereum following a confirmed breach of the 0.0012 Ethereum resistance. As of March 16th, XRP was once again testing this critical level. If history repeats itself, even a partial rally of 80% would be enough for XRP to flip Ethereum in market capitalization, Dom suggests, especially as Ethereum's price risks more downside in 2025. Okay. Ethereum's price is risking more downside. Let me ask you guys this question. How low is Ethereum going? Now look again. Now look at XRP here. XRP price poised for 46% gains, right? After Ripple secures first Dubai license. So, you know, listen, when it comes to the news and all of that, at least what's going on in the news, everything is going right for XRP and everything is going wrong for Ethereum. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. At 138 billion, XRP's market cap is less than 100 billion short of hitting Ethereum's. Moreover, XRP's fully diluted valuation briefly surpassed Ethereum's earlier this week. For context, fully diluted valuation represents the total theoretical value of all tokens, including those not yet in circulation, whereas market capitalization only accounts for tokens currently in circulation. Why is Ethereum underperforming XRP? I want to know, if you ask me, one of the reasons why Ethereum is outperforming XRP is because XRP is in bed with Trump. I'm not trying to be funny, man, but when Trump put out the tweet about the sovereign asset reserve that was supposed to be a Bitcoin strategic reserve, he forgot to put Bitcoin and Ethereum on there on the original tweet. And then he doubled back and said, of course we mean Bitcoin and Ethereum. Nah, the original tweet was what you meant, because in that original tweet, those had cryptocurrencies that are ran by companies that have CEOs that you've been in pictures with. Bitcoin and Ethereum don't have a CEO. So, like, let's not make a mistake here about what that was. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC. DC says that goes back to ETHgate. They deserve to have a little haircut for cheating, but Ethereum still has JC Morgan back in the cut. Yeah, facts. Facts. Shout out to Cassie. Cassie says Ethereum needs to change their business strategies before they become a meme coin. Facts. Facts. XRP's market dominance has grown by over 300% since Trump's re-election on November 5th. They may as well make Trump the CEO of XRP and get Garlinghouse out of there. What do y'all think? You know what I'm saying? Trump even chose Solana to put the meme coin on. You know what I'm saying? And then, they've been buying a lot of wrapped coins, which is weird. They bought wrapped Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? They bought wrapped Ethereum. Like, why are you buying the wrapped coins? You know what I'm saying? Why are you not buying Bitcoin and Ethereum outright? It's weird. The same period has witnessed Ethereum losing its market share by over 35%, showing a clear lack of interest among traders for Ethereum compared to other top-ranking crypto assets. A key factor in this divergence is regulatory sentiment. Trump has positioned the U.S. as the future world crypto capital, appointing pro-crypto regulators and pledging to foster a more favorable environment. Now, listen, Trump is going to create a more favorable environment to the cryptocurrency whose CEOs he's friends with. It started off the conversation was about Bitcoin, and all of a sudden somehow it's all XRP. You know what I'm saying? The shift has especially benefited XRP. So look, there we go. I mean, they're saying it right here in the article, which caters to enterprise users, particularly as Ripple unveiled an institutional DeFi roadmap in February. Meanwhile, Ethereum has slumped due to rising competition from rival layer 1 blockchains, particularly Solana. And as you can see, Trump didn't choose Ethereum to put his meme coin on. He didn't choose Ethereum to make a Trump NFT. He used Solana. So what Trump's behavior with the crypto market is perfectly 100% in line with the quote unquote accidental tweet. Shout out to Cassie. I didn't know that. Cassie said, don't forget Trump's coin is also part of the reserve. See, now the reserve has just become a joke. And it went from cryptocurrency benefiting from Trump, right, to now is XRP benefiting from Trump. This is XRP and Solana, maybe Cardano and you know, Hedera Hashgraph. So Trump did the same thing that a lot of the cryptocurrency, you know what I'm saying, grifters do. They start out talking about Bitcoin to get everybody's interest in it, right? And then they flip it to what it is that they're going to make their money with. And so far, now that Trump is actually signing papers, that's what he's doing. Shout out to Katsy, right? You knew he would do that. Facts. Yeah. What has Trump done with Bitcoin besides tank the price down to $81,000? Besides tank the price down to $81,000. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. AB said, I've been thinking about buying Hedera. You haven't bought any Hedera, bro? Now look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, so why did Trump World Liberty buy so much Ethereum? What else is in play? They bought wrapped Ethereum. You know what I'm saying? They didn't buy cocaine, they bought crack. They bought dog food with fentanyl in it. You know what I'm saying? That's what they bought. So now here says the decon upgrade in March of 2024, which slashed Ethereum's transaction fees by 95%, was intended to improve scalability. However, it has also reduced Ethereum burn rates, increasing supply and weakening its deflationary appeal and ultrasound money narrative. All right. At the same time, Solana's dominance has risen, with its trading volume now rivaling Ethereum and all of its layer 2 chains combined. The network's faster and cheaper transactions have made it the go-to platform for DeFi activity, meme coin trading, and NFT markets, which Ethereum previously dominated. This shift has eroded Ethereum's market share, particularly among traders and developers seeking high-speed, low-cost transactions. And if you ask me, Solana is extremely undervalued. Yeah, I would agree. Shout out to DC Precise. The strategic Bitcoin reserve is not the digital asset stockpile. Facts. Facts. And they made sure that they got a digital asset stockpile before they came out with a Bitcoin strategic reserve, but the Bitcoin strategic reserve was what was being discussed first. You know what I'm saying? Now, look at it. Let me see. Hold on. Let's actually... We're gonna skip ahead real quick because we could actually talk about some of this stuff on another stream. We're gonna talk about Pancake Swap. All right, we're gonna talk about Pancake Swap. Now, how many of y'all remember me telling y'all about Pancake Swap? Pancake Swap jumps 37% amid meme coin resurgence and Binance Tether delisting. Pancake swap has nothing to do with meme coins. I don't know why Decrypt wrote this article and they're acting as if, you know, Pancake swap has something to do with meme coins. You know what I'm saying? Pancake swap is a DeFi liquidity app that allows staking and liquidity farming and liquidity pools. And it allows you to stake particular coins and you receive the coin called Cake in return for having the coins locked up in the Pancake swap app. Okay? That's what Pancake swap is. It's not a meme coin. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna take a look here. I'm gonna show y'all how many of y'all ever been to Pancake swap. If you ever been to Pancake swap, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, give me a thumbs down. Now see, Pancake swap is a decentralized exchange. It's not a meme coin. You know what I'm saying? They have all these programs you can earn from liquidity pools and farms. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Pancake swap, you know, it looks cartoony and it looks memey, but it's a serious DeFi app. You know what I'm saying? So they got staking, Cake staking. You know what I'm saying? Certain coins, they give you up to 24.53% on the staking pool. So, you know, Pancake swap is for real. Just stake some tokens to earn up to 23.53%. Looks like you can stake Peppy at a 2% APY. I didn't even know they had Peppy staking. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a lot of stuff going on Pancake swap. It's not just a meme coin. You know what I'm saying? But if you listen to Decrypt, the meme coin jump or whatever had something to do with the Pancake swap jump, and I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's the case. Pancake swap jumps 37% amid meme coin resurgence and Binance Tether delisting. Decentralized exchange Pancake swap is reaping the rewards of a Binance Smart Chain surge, sending its Cake token flying. Now, here goes the thing, right? This has happened multiple times with Pancake swap. This happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? Happens all the time. Pancake swap always has nice jumps. Pancake swap, a decentralized exchange on Binance Smart Chain, has the largest volume over the past 24 hours. Largest trading volume over the past 24 hours, beating even Ethereum-based competitor Uniswap. There you go, AB. It beats a unicorn down there. It beats a unicorn down there like Mahi. According to CoinGecko, all that volume has sent the price of its Cake token surging as much as 40% in the past day. This comes after Binance delisted Tether from its centralized exchange, prompting an increase in Tether volume on Pancake swap and an unrelated surge of interest in meme coins on the Binance Smart Chain. And again, listen, what is the interest of meme coins on the Binance Smart Chain? What is a Binance Smart Chain meme coin? Somebody tell me a meme coin from Binance Smart Chain. You know what I'm saying? Nobody knows Binance Smart Chain meme coins. You know what I'm saying? Cake is up 37% over the past 24 hours and 57% up on the week, pushing it to $2.49 as the 99th largest cryptocurrency by market capitalization, according to CoinGecko. Equally, Pancake Swap is leading the pack of decentralized exchanges. All right. Again, I told y'all Pancake Swap was some serious shit. Pancake Swap is leading the pack of decentralized exchanges with $647 million worth of trading volume over the past 24 hours, with nearly 61% of DEX market share over this period. Okay. Much of this volume could be motivated by Binance, the centralized exchange that created the Binance Smart Chain, announcing that it would delist Tether's US dollar Tether and a few other stablecoins at the end of the month. The company cited compliance issues in the EU for the delistings, and we talked about these EU. We talked about these EU rules of particular stable coins and how they have, they're gonna have to delist some of them, right? Right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said Binance memes. I don't know any Binance memes. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says poop with stank. Right. Poop with stank coin. I'm sure there's a dog with a cane or a dog with Coke or something like that. I would buy dog with Coke. You know what I'm saying? If they had dog with Coke with the dog's nose all in a big white a pile of powder, I would definitely buy that coin. I'd throw about $10 on that. I'd throw a dime on dog with Coke. You know what I'm saying? That's my dog. Right? Now, Pancake Swap has processed more than $346 million worth of trading volume for US dollar Tether over the past 24 hours, according to CoinGecko. That amounts to roughly 54% of trading volume on the exchange. This is likely because Binance users are taking their US dollar Tether off the exchange and onto Binance Smart Chains to avoid being affected by the delisting at the end of the month. On top of this, it appears that Binance Smart Chain meme coins are seeing a resurgence. Back in 2021, the network was one of the cultural hubs for meme coins due to its low gas fees. At one point, the Safe Moon meme coin skyrocketed to a market cap of $6 billion. However, the trenches have been more focused on Solana for speculative meme coin trading, largely due to the creation of Launchpad Pump.Fund. What I tell y'all about Pump.Fund? What did I tell y'all about Pump.Fund? According to DatBay, most Binance Smart Chain meme coins have found themselves in the green over the past 24 hours. In fact, the BSC meme coin market capitalization has jumped 48% over the past week to $2.71 billion. This has likely helped along by the launchpad of Springboard, a token launchpad akin to Pump.Fund on the Binance Smart Chain at the end of last year. So they just creating all this insanity. Springboard is probably just as bad as Pump.Fund. One of the best performing tokens is Mubarak, a token referencing the Islamic term to celebrate the end of Ramadan, which has jumped 56% on the day, at one point nearly touching a market cap of $150 million. With this, Mubarak accounts for over 12% of daily trading volume on Pancake Swap. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump and MAGA tried to make that token illegal, because they're Christian nationalists and they believe that the United States should be a Christian monarchy dictated by a lifetime royal family of Trumps, right? And so there's no room for any other religion. Any other religion that's not Christianity is extremism, according to these people, right? So you can't have any freedom of religion. You can only have the freedom to be a Christian, right? So, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump would make this token illegal in the United States. He'll say that it goes against everything that the United States is about. So if you are interested in that token, you might want to get it now and put it on a cold storage. Right? You might want to get it and put it on cold storage. You know what I'm saying? As a result of this newfound interest, Binance Smart Chain processed the second most decentralized app volume of top block chains this week, according to DApp Radar, with with 9.26 billion. The network is now second. Look at this, only to Ethereum, which has seen $77.25 billion worth of volume in the past week. All these different chains and all these different coins are catching up with Ethereum. Binance's volume is catching up with Ethereum. XRP's market share is catching up with Ethereum. You know what I'm saying? Everything is catching up with Ethereum. Ethereum's not catching up with anything. You know what I'm saying? That's not a good sign. You know? That's not a really good sign. So yeah, let's see. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this. Cake surges 40%. Hey, let me ask y'all this. What is Cake at right now? What is Cake at right now? Cake surges 40% as Pancake Swap's daily volume outpaces Uniswap. Now, listen, you know, Uniswap is associated with Ethereum, right? Uniswap is an ERC20 token, right? Pancake Swap is not associated with Ethereum. You know what I'm saying? So Ethereum is just taking a beating, you know what I'm saying, across the board, even on the ERC20 side. You know what I'm saying? Cake surges 40% as Pancake Swap's daily volume outpaces Uniswap. The BNB chain decentralized exchange recorded 60% more volume than Uniswap over the past 24 hours. All right. So again, this is one of the reasons why it was like last year. You know what I'm saying? I was telling people like, yo, you know, pay attention to Pancake Swap. Now, let me ask y'all this. How many people are paying attention to Aave? I think is how you pronounce this. Aave. Anybody paying attention to that token? Aave? Shout out to DC Precise. Cake is at $2.64. It's only a couple tokens that's up today. Ton Coin is up today, if I'm not mistaken. Cake is up. Layer 3 is up. You know what I'm saying? Aave. Okay. Or Aave. Is it Aave? Aave. Aave might be one of them ones that creeps up and hits 1,000. You know what I'm saying? It might, you know what I'm saying? It might bypass Solana. You know what I'm saying? Pancake Swap, the leading decentralized exchange on BNB chain, is outperforming Uniswap due to a spike in meme coin activity on the chain. The parabolic rise makes Cake the best performing large cap cryptocurrency over the last day and week. Cake is up 41% in the last 24 hours and 67% in the last 7 days. Okay. The decentralized exchange has also flipped Uniswap by 60% to become the top decentralized exchange by 24-hour volume, processing 1.64 billion compared to Uniswap's 1 billion. And now, you know, if I'm not mistaken, Uniswap's price has decreased by like about 50% over the last week. Somebody fact check that. Somebody fact check me. But if I'm not mistaken, Uniswap's value has decreased by about 50% over the last week or two. However, Uniswap still leads in terms of weekly metrics with 15.25 billion in 7-day volume compared to Pancake Swap's 10 billion. The activity surge is driven by increased meme coin volume on the chain as speculators continue to actively leave Solana, showcased by Radium Dex's 27% reduction in volume over the last week. And now we know that there's already been problems with Radium, right? Because Radium had a sharp decline when Pump.Fun announced that it was going to have its own aggregator. You guys remember that? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. What's good with you, bro? right? So we already saw that sharp decline in radium. The standout meme on the chain so far, here it go again, has been Mubarak. This is the one, you know, the Trump, you know what I'm saying? They're not going to go. Mubarak is illegal under a MAGA United States because there's no such thing as freedom of religion in a Trump America. Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. You have to have in Trump's America, even if you're not Christian, you have to have the Pete Hegseth crosses branded with a fire iron branding rod onto your forehead with your slave name written across the arms of it in Trump America. If you don't, you know what I'm saying, that something gonna happen to you. You know what I'm saying? But there's no freedom of religion in a Trump America. You know what I'm saying? Now they'll sit there and say that there's freedom of religion on paper, but if you're not Christian, your religion is automatically looked at as extremism, right? It's automatic. You're automatically an extremist in Trump's America, and it's perfectly okay. They can call you this, and it's okay. You don't have to have any type of proof. You know what I'm saying? Right? Am I lying? If this is the truth, give me a thumbs up. If this is false, give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? This is what we got to protect ourselves from. You know what I'm saying? This is one of the reasons why it's imperative for everybody to become a millionaire or billionaire, because these are the only things that's going to give you enough money to be able to buy military grade security systems where you'll be able to protect yourself from these angry January 6 mobs, you know what I'm saying, that they'll let just come to your house. Right? Right? And don't get it twisted, man. Don't get it twisted. Them January 6 mobs gonna look like a duplex cookie. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna look like a duplex cookie. Them January 6 mobs finna be duplex cookied out. You gonna have the Chicago red shirts coming at you. You gonna have the Christian red hats coming at you. They're gonna be all over the place. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, oh man. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said right now the big concern has been swatting. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about they've been swatting people. You know what I'm saying? Now listen, you know what I'm saying? Y'all remember a couple years ago, Tariq Nasheed got swatted. They didn't, nobody said too much about it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody swatted Tariq Nasheed back in the day. I remember it was on the news. You know what I'm saying? And you know, everybody was saying he deserved it. The same people now that they getting swatted, we got to do something about it. We got to pray for them. You know what I'm saying? We got to pray for them. These are the people that don't understand what a prayer look like. Look, I'm gonna show y'all what a prayer look like. When you ask to speak to a deity, and the deity answers, this is what the prayer looks like.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mumra, the ever-living.
You see how Mumra said ancient spirits of evil, and they said yes. You know what I'm saying? Transform this decayed body, and they said okay. And then they transformed it, and then he got what he wanted. That's what a prayer looked like. Is there anyone that can show me a prayer that looks like that? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said the Lith and the J6 mob are coming for our Bitcoin. They're the same people, bro. The Lith, listen, I want y'all to understand this. The Lith and the January 6th mob, they the same people. They the same people. They're the exact same people. They're related. They got the same last names. You know what I'm saying? They be at the, listen, they be at the same family reunions. We've done content with them at the same family reunions. This is my family that used to own this plantation. They the same people. You know what I'm saying? Prove me wrong. Somebody prove me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Shout out. And I gotta agree with Katsy. You know what I'm saying? Nobody deserves to get swatted. Should nobody get swatted? People out here swatting people though, man. It's wild. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. AB said, yep, we're all heathens and pagans. Yeah, we all heathens and pagans. You know what I'm saying? Now, listen, I want y'all to understand about the Bible, right? We got to go down this, you know what I'm saying? Do you all remember, listen, there is a portion in the Bible, right, where the Bible judged males on whether they're heathen or not based on whether they got foreskin or not. Now, here's my question, right? What's the standard for a female being a heathen versus not? So I want you to understand this idea of a quote unquote hairline inspection. They was doing foreskin inspections back in the day, back in the Bible days, for the people that believe in that. Foreskin inspections, you know what I'm saying? You rolling your stuff back like a fruit roll up, you know what I'm saying? You good. You know what I'm saying? If you down there like a Oscar Mayer, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know, the fire and brimstone of hell is waiting for you. Why are we inspecting that? This you know what I'm saying? The dick policing. This is actual dick policing. You know what I'm saying? There's many different forms of dick policing. This is the Christian Islamic, you know what I'm saying? The Abrahamic form of dick policing is the wild shit. It's even more wild than the Umar Johnson dick policing. Shout out to my man KO Kid Fit. What's good with it, bro? Now, again, right? We got to always ask the question, am I lying? Am I lying? They still do it to this day. Still do it to this day. Shout out to DC Precise. Hit the button. Hey, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Now look, these stories, right? These rules that people come up with, they come straight out the Bible. Yeah. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Mary Magdalene is one of them. You know what I'm saying? Mary Magdalene is the premier OnlyFans model. She's the only Bible model, only Christian model, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying these are ancient forms of dick policing, and you know what I'm saying. And it's evolved to what it's evolved to today. I'm just saying this stuff has been around for a long time. Just because something's been around for a long time, don't mean that it's right. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. But yeah, this is the type of Trumpian dictatorship that we live in now. Oh man, the Trumpian dictatorship that we live in now. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't getting no. The point of this is that you're not getting Mubarak. And listen, Mubarak sounds ironically, interestingly, right? It sounds very similar to Barack Obama, right? Mubarak. We had a president that had a name very similar to this meme coin. They're going to make sure that don't never happen again. Right? Mubarak. The standout meme on the chain so far has been Mubarak, which launched on March 13th. See, there go that 13 number. And rallied as high as $150 million in market capitalization in just 4 days. The token currently trades at $140 million valuation with roughly 18,000 holders. All right. So I don't know where you can buy this Mubarak token at. I don't know where you can get it at. You know what I'm saying? But you might be under investigation if they find out you got some. You know what I'm saying? Mubarak is a meme coin related to the recent $2 billion investment in Binance from UAE-based investment group MGX. MGX was founded by the Mubadala Sovereign Wealth Fund and its CEO, Khaldoon Al-Mubarak. All right, so now I haven't even heard of this company, but this is interesting, right? I think we should check this company out, this MGX. Let me ask you guys, you already know where the question is finna go now. Where is our investment group? This is the closest, listen, look, just a little group of people that we have that we talk about these things. This is the this is the closest thing that we got, you know what I'm saying, to a quote unquote Black American investment group, which is wild. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, they said Ruth laid at Boaz's feet. My old church did a deep dive only to find out that the original translation was not his feet. Let that sink in. Yeah, it wasn't his feet. When they said his feet, they was talking about a measurement. You know what I'm saying? She laid down at something that was, you know what I'm saying, about 12 inches long and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what that was. You know what I'm saying? Ruth was getting some work put in on her. You know what I'm saying? That's that's what that meant. You know what I'm saying? Boaz. You know what I'm saying? Putting in that work like Boaz. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's wild, man. That's wild. You know what I'm saying? They got the story about the terraforming in Genesis. You know what I'm saying? The terraforming of the planet Earth. But the meme has garnered attention from both Binance co-founders Yeehee, right? I guess that's homeboy name Yeehee, and Changping Zhao, potentially helping catalyze the token's success. BNB, the Binance Smart Chain's native token, has also been surging as a result, up 4% in the last 24 hours and 15% over the last week. All right, so shout out to people that have these coins, you know what I'm saying, and they're you know what I'm saying, benefiting from how well they're doing. All right, so moving away from cryptocurrency, right? Looking into other investments. How many people remember the multiple times I've talked about the artificial sun, the Chinese artificial sun? If you guys remember us talking about the Chinese artificial sun, give me a thumbs up. If you don't remember us talking about the Chinese artificial sun, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said, I'm telling you, don't eat the cat coin. Could be our group's meme coin. Yeah, facts. I'm down. You know what I'm saying? Where Win Lose a Rug at? Hey, print that bad boy on pump.fun. Win Lose a Rug. Now, we've been talking about this artificial sun for quite some time. Shout out to Dwayne Rose. What's good with it? And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment. Hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Yeah, we need a narrative. We need a good we need a good narrative, right? If you ask me, right? We need a good narrative. We need a good utility for the token, and we got to have a financial incentive. It's got to be stakeable, and it's got to be deflationary. It's got to have a good narrative, and it's got to be stakeable, deflationary, and the transactional nature of the coin has to coincide with the staking and deflationary measure of the token. So we got to have a ratio of when the token is used, how much is burned. You know what I'm saying? We got to have a goal. You know, like the community should aim to get the supply down to XYZ. Put all that stuff into place, bro. You know what I'm saying? We on to something. And build it onto a chain where, you know, the things can be built around the coin. Oh, yeah. Shout out to AB. AB said, "You sure it's not mine?" Bro, that comment, bro, that comment is worth $1 million, bro. You know what I'm saying? That comment is worth $1 million. That had me dying laughing. Now, look at this. How the U.S. is losing ground to China in nuclear fusion as AI power needs surge. All right. So let me see. Let's look at this real quick. They got a video for this. Let's look at this video for this real quick. Now, this is going to take 12 seconds to get this through here. So, yo, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right, let's see what they're talking about here.
The holy grail of clean energy. Atoms smash together, creating 4 times more energy per kilogram of fuel than traditional nuclear fission, and 4 million times more than burning coal, with no greenhouse gases or long-term radioactive waste. If all goes to plan, it'll be at least a $1 trillion market.
Now, this, again, I've said this multiple times, just like everything else, aside from you all, is falling on deaf ears. Nuclear fusion is what will put the planet Earth on course to be a type 1 Kardashev civilization. This is huge. Okay? Companies that are investing in and have perfected nuclear fusion energy generation at low cost are definitely companies that people need to look into right now for future profits. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, yeah, didn't they do this several years ago? Now, what they were doing several years ago, what they were doing was they were working on certain control mechanisms, right? Like they was working on trying to control how long they could keep plasma liquid for, you know, whatever. You know, they have all these different criterias of controlling the fusion, right? Because the thing about nuclear fusion is that the big thing with nuclear fusion is that the belief that has been around for a long time is that nuclear fusion is not controllable. Listen, everything is controllable, right? Everything is controllable. Particular people, just have the idea that if we can't control it, it's uncontrollable. Everything is uncontrollable. It's the same thing with something being random, right? I don't really believe in the concept of random. I believe that when it comes, random is an unidentified pattern or an unidentified sequence, right? But the technical definition of random that everybody uses is something that has, quote unquote, no particular pattern to it. But as further and deeper study goes into a lot of these mechanisms and things that people believe are random, what happens is that there was an unrecognized pattern that dictated either the event or either the pathway, right? So, you know, the fact that every single star operates by fusion and every single star stays stable for as long as that star stays stable, what that means is that there is some type of internal control mechanism that controls fusion. Humans just don't understand it. Whatever it is and however it is that stars are put together clearly has it down, because we could look at these examples of this copied throughout the universe all over the place. It's just that humans can't copy it, at least until now. And even now they copy it on a small scale. They copied it on a small scale, right? So let's see what they're talking about.
Nuclear fusion, the holy grail of clean energy. Atoms smashed together, creating 4 times more energy per kilogram of fuel than traditional nuclear fission, and 4 million times more than burning coal, with no greenhouse gases or long-term radioactive waste. If all goes to plan, it'll be at least a $1 trillion market. The problem?
Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention to this, right? You guys see this? $1 trillion market by 2050. We'll be long gone, possibly, maybe, right? You know, some people, maybe these technologies will be kind of wild where, you know, you could digitize your conscious. These kind of technologies already exist. If you ask me, you could download actual live action human life, you know, into cyberspace, right? But that's another discussion, right? Because death has been outdated for quite some time. People just don't understand it, right? But traditionally, under traditional understanding, what most people believe, for the most part, most of us will be long gone by 2050. Right? Most of us will be long gone by 2050. Now, if you don't want to be long gone by 2050, I'd suggest that you start, you know, creating a more efficient metabolism for yourself, right? You know, start like micromanaging your cells that you have in your body, right? By eating healthy and working out and different things like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, "Who going for?" I'll be the first one. I'll be the first one, bro. Go ahead and download my consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Download the consciousness. Let's go right to the front of the. Hey, yep, I'm in line here. Here you go. How many Bitcoin it costs? How many Bitcoin do it cost? You know what I'm saying? For eternal life. You know, because listen, the technological aspects of mythology, you know what I'm saying, and mythicism and religion are never explained. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, "Who's gonna go extinct first?" That's an interesting question, bro. I have no idea. That should be a show where we have a discussion. That should be a show where we have a discussion. You know what I'm saying? Now, check this out, right? Check this out. This is what I think. All ideas of religion are all watered down technological explanations. It's all watered down technological explanations. When it comes to religion, any type of quote unquote mythological phenomenon that you can come up with, it is all explainable by science. All of it. Every single bit of it. You know what I'm saying? Every single bit of it. You know what I'm saying? Now, look, I want to ask y'all this question, right? I want y'all to think about this. How many people believe that a human body is a mechanical interface that allows a fusion between mass and energy? It's a machine. I keep telling people the machine theory is not a machine theory. We gonna have now. Shout out to like Carlton and Brooklyn Queen, all that. Like you guys know, like on the older streams, we went through all of this stuff, right? Like talking about how Nirvana and the Big Bang is like a technological singularity, right? But we might have to run all of that stuff back. We might have to run all of that stuff back. Because there's technology that's involved, and there's instructions that are there. And modern science doesn't look at this technology, and they don't look at these instructions. All of these differences, it's all just different forms of technology, all just different forms of, you know what I'm saying, instructions. But they don't look at it, though. They don't look at it like that. Then they tell you that you're crazy. They tell you that you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to dive into this, right? We're going to have to dive into this, and we're going to have to make money. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to get some of this $1 trillion market. How many people would agree we have to get some of this $1 trillion market? If you guys agree we need to get some of this $1 trillion market, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. I've been talking about this forever. So now it's here. All of this stuff that's necessary to be powered, AI, Bitcoin mining, all of this stuff, it's going to need a power source that's greater than the current power sources that we have now. Nuclear fusion, for the most part, in theory, not in reality. In theory, right? Creates a situation, a scenario where you're able to, quote unquote, get energy out of the clear blue sky. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said, I'm sorry, I don't subscribe to a virgin birth. Literally, no one does except for when it comes to the Jesus story. No one does except for when it comes to the Jesus story. Get pregnant, go to the doctor and tell the doctor that you're having a virgin birth and see what happens. And then also allow that doctor to do a DNA test on as many males as they possibly can. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dwayne Rose. Yo, bro, Dwayne been around for a long time too. Dwayne will tell you, I've been talking about this kind of stuff forever. Forever. We've done multiple live streams about the, you know, the Chinese artificial sun, type 1, 2, and 3 Kardashev civilizations. The amount of money. See, like this stuff all equates to money. It all equates to money. And again, what people need to be doing is, as far as staking and on-chain assets and stuff like that, you need to be creating a generational wealth ATM machine for your family with diversified assets. Shout out to AB. AB said the science behind Mary giving birth is that her cheeks was clapped. Yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just that simple, right? You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't, what was the father, her husband's name was what? Joseph? It wasn't Joseph. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to take care of this baby, though. I should do that. You know what I'm saying? You get somebody pregnant and be like, yo, this baby going to be royalty. Take care of it, all right? You know what I'm saying? I just gave it to your wife real good, though. You know what I'm saying? Had her spread across the bed like some I can't believe it's not butter. You know what I'm saying? Take care of that for me, though, because it's gonna be the future of humanity. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. All right. You know what I'm saying? I got you, bro. It's just crazy, man.
Only working fusion power plants right now in the universe are stars.
Now
see, I want you guys to understand, right? And again, pay very close attention to the "my people won't make me great."
At least a $1 trillion.
Pay attention to the "my people won't make me great" shit. This dude just said what I just said, right? This dude he literally just said the exact same thing that I said. But I want y'all to understand. I want y'all to understand the science and the mechanism behind "my people won't make me great." I want y'all to understand the mechanism of that. As much as everybody wants everybody to be like each other, the being like each other in most cases is based in some self-hating, self-deprecating nonsensical BS to where when people look at each other and see people like each other, the first thing that they say is some negative shit. He dumb as hell just like me. So nothing that he says can possibly be right. So then they look to other people as a source of information. Oh, this person said it. So because people don't have any confidence in themselves to where they see themselves as great and they can mirror the greatness that they see in other people, they downgrade what they have to look outside to have the same exact thing and put all the value into the same exact thing. This is some shit people make a choice to do on their own. Now, people would say, look, this expert just said it. I'm an expert. I've been talking about this shit for years. You know what I'm saying? Nah, you can't possibly be an expert because you look like me. Now, let me ask y'all this question. How can you can't possibly be an expert because you look like me? How can that and we're great only deal with people that look like us? How can both of those things be true at the same time? How they the same at the same time? Somebody make it make sense. How are they the same? How can those two things exist at the same time? We're the beacon of greatness and we're the beacon of no one should listen. How somebody make it make sense? Which one is it? I'm gonna show y'all multiple times where these so-called experts have said stuff that I've said years ago, and like I do, you know what I'm saying? I'll put the proof of it in the Discord of where I said it years ago. And then you ask, well, why didn't people make it great? Why didn't people say, hey, look at this genius that we got? Hey, look at this intellectual that we got? Because people look at each other and see nothing but negativity. And it's sad. But then at the same time, when somebody else tells them the exact same way that they feel about themselves, they got to defend what somebody else just said about them. Somebody else said you dumb. Nah, we ain't dumb. We the smartest people in the world. We came up with math. But then in the comment section of every one of these videos that I put the videos in the Discord for y'all to see, look at the comment section. Look at the comment section. Look at who's saying what. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, Rob, have you checked out Tronless AI or Derek Automotives yet? I shared some vids in the Discord. His motto is our trajectory, in my opinion. No, I haven't checked it out yet. I haven't had a chance to. I'm going to definitely check it out, though, for sure. But I want y'all to see this stuff, and I want y'all to identify it, right? This is what I'm saying. Proof of work, right? Somebody will say some stuff, and then they'll say it, and that's just the end of it. That's the stuff that people will believe. But when somebody says, this happens, here's an example of it, go take a look at these multiple examples, nobody will take a look at the multiple examples. And what that shows is that the people that we are around, our alleged peers, are anti-reality. They are anti-reality. They don't want proof. They don't want anything shown that can be shown in a material way. They don't want that. They want to have the security of speculation. And like I said, I'm going to show this to y'all every single time. Every single time. And so what people need to stop doing is when people don't see the world having favorable outcomes, the type of outcomes that they want, we're not going to sit there and act like it's a mystery anymore. Because if you ask me, that's a disservice. How many people agree? That's a disservice. If you sit there and you fake and you act like you don't know why the world is the way that it is, how is that improving and making the world a better place? I mean, you know, depending on whether you actually believe the world is a bad place right now or not, which again is not something that I'm convinced of. I'm not convinced of any of this nonsense. You know what I'm saying? I'm not convinced. Let me ask y'all this question. How many of you all are convinced? If you're convinced, give me a thumbs up. If you're not convinced, then give me a thumbs down. This is a $1 trillion market right here. If the racial wealth gap is such a big problem, how come people aren't trying to figure out how to capitalize on a $1 trillion market? This market, $1 trillion, 2050, at that point in the future, 2050, it's only 3 years away from when the wealth gap is supposed to be unrecoverable if people cared. But they don't care. I want you guys to hardcore understand. Nobody cares. Understand that. Understand that this is all fake. All of these YouTube movements, all of these off YouTube movements, this stuff is all fake. Don't waste your time with it. It's a waste. It is garbage. The only people that are benefiting from it are the people that just sit there and talk about this nonsense all day long, and they get the sympathy and money of broke, hopeless people. That's all that's for. It's an ATM machine for people. If you're going to make an ATM machine for people, invest that money into yourself. Make an ATM machine for your own future generational wealth. They're projecting these markets out to 2050. Yeah, but, you know what I'm saying? Cam and Jim Jones is beefing today, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but, you know what I'm saying? 50 and Rick Ross is beefing today. Yeah, but, you know what I'm saying? Umar Johnson getting exposed by his baby mom and his daughter today. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Who putting any, they say that people be putting stuff in people's faces, right? Who put them last three things that I asked about? Who put any of that in anybody's face? Did MSNBC put that in your face? ABC put that in your face? CNN put that in your face? No. Facts. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, then when a real person steps up, the lift calls him an agent. That's because the lift don't know anything about anything real. They don't know shit about anything real. The lift is the people that have literally been voting for fake political shit for the last 60 years and think they're the leaders to call something real versus fake when they've been duped by the fake shit for the last 60 years. Definitely no track record on being experts at calling anything real versus anything fake. These people voluntarily make scammers their community leaders. And then want to call something fake versus something real. Listen, man, I would laugh at somebody from the lift if the lift tried to call me an agent. You don't know what the fuck an agent is. You know what I'm saying? You get your paycheck from an agent. You know what I'm saying? Fuck out of here. You know what I mean? And the thing is that, you know, the lift got a loud, aggressive voice. They got a loud, aggressive mouth. You know what I'm saying? They're not about to bust a grape. They're not about to bust a balloon. They're not about to bust a gun. They're not about to bust a grape. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's sad. But it is what it is. It's the truth. It's the facts. Let me ask you this question. Is nuclear fusion a scam? If nuclear fusion is a scam, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? This is it's ridiculous the levels that we go to. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to understand. Pro-broke, pro-crime, pro-zombie culture. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you this question. When has any form of intelligence ever been popular? Why is that? Now, listen, I want y'all to understand this, right? Being smart, intelligence, being well-read and all that, it's never been popular, right? But then when somebody says, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, you dumb or whatever, right? That's got to be defended. Why does it got it? If the way that things have been going, right? If being dumb is such a benefit, if it's so good, then why is it that when people make fun of people for being dumb, the first thing that they do is try to say we're not dumb? Nah, explain why being dumb is such a benefit and how that's so superior to being intelligent and well-read. That's how you do that. If you have a practice over a long-standing period of time that says being dumb is the way to be, then you don't, when somebody makes fun of you or accuses you for being dumb, you don't say, nah, I'm not dumb, I'm smart. You say, nah, dumb is the superior position, right? Being dumb is the superior position. Watch this, because I'll do anything. But that's not what we see. Anytime somebody says, yo, y'all dumb, no one advocates that dumb is the superior position. They advocate, nah, we're not dumb. But then once that argument is over, it goes back to you're smart, you weird, you an outcast, you Steve Urkel. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, right? True or false? What I'm saying true or is what I'm saying false? It's no, listen, here's the reality of shit. People always say like, oh, you know, yada, yada, yada. People become smart and people become intelligent, quote unquote, and then they, quote unquote, leave the community, right? Where is the paycheck for the smart person in the community? I'm a nuclear scientist. Where am I going to go up the street from my house and get a paycheck? Why haven't people produced that? I'm a brain surgeon, right? Where am I going to go in the hood and get a job as a brain surgeon? I'm dead. Look at look at Nathaniel Jeter. Nigga, I'll make you my bitch on what you on, punk. You ain't even trying to see me in no fight because I will wash you quickly. After I'm done with you, you really won't feel comfortable in your skin, punk. Oh man, I'm crying laughing. He clearly, hey yo, man, hey B, this dude right here, he clearly don't know about Mahi. He clearly don't know about Mahi. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was a quote unquote, they call him an aspiring rapper that just got deleted by 2 suspects in Texas, right? And if I'm not mistaken, they deleted him and his 5-year-old daughter. How many people heard about that story? If you guys heard about that story, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, give me a thumbs down. Now, Nathaniel, gangster, you know what I'm saying? I would say you go down there to Texas and bang out with some of them folks, right? That's what I would say that you do. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious, man. Hey, and his last name is Jeter. His last name is Jeter. You know what I'm saying? It should be Skeeter, right? Oh man, he gang banging on the keyboard. You know what I'm saying? he gang banging on the keyboard like my man Worldwide. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, your man's is soft. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Worldwide Spotlight. Man's is soft. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hold on. We gotta take a commercial break. Hold on. Oh man. Hey, look. Hold on real quick. We found him. Oh man, look, man, your man's is soft. You know what I'm saying? Oh, your man's is soft. You know what I'm saying?
This show is not a show if I do not play this. This is mandatory. Mandatory.
They go Nathaniel right there.
Go
live, Spotlight. Pull up. You got one round in you, then man's gonna be on the floor. Cause man's is salt. Cause man's is salt. Cause man's is salt. Then man's gonna be on the floor. Then man's gonna be on the floor. Then man's gonna be on the floor. Cause man's is salt. Cause man's is salt. Cause man's is salt. Cause man's is salt. Cause man's is salt.
Hey. Oh man, your man's is soft. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. That's wild, man. We have one of the man's is soft cats in the chat. He gang banging on the keyboard. Hold on, we gotta shout out Worldwide Spotlight again. Hold on, we gotta shout out my man. He was gang banging on the keyboard. You know what I'm saying? I'm on what you on, son. Your man's is soft. Your man's is soft. You know what I'm saying? I know you that type of nigga. You that type of nigga because your man's is soft. And you gang banging on the keyboard. You gang banging on the keyboard.
Gang banging on the keyboard. Gang banging on the keyboard. Niggas catching bodies on the keyboards.
Hey, he caught a body on the keyboard, yo. He killed me in the comment section. Oh,
niggas
man.
gang banging on the keyboard. Gang banging on the keyboard. Niggas catching bodies on the keyboards. Trigger finger on the keyboard. Yo, I got him banging on the keyboards all day and all night. Talking real grimy, real slimy, like it's on site. Yeah, sure, bud. I think you need a cigarette. You don't want to lose your life for banging on the internet. I got my niggas in Cali and they got blickies. So drop your location if you really want to get busy. Mac 10 Strizzy, uppercut, hit you like a 9 milli. Shout out to everybody that rock with me. Yeah, she like my style and my footwork. Her man band keyboards, I do dirt. I'm the new wave, I put the braids in. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, and stop hating. 140K is the subscriber count. My bank account is always holding large amounts. If I catch the ops, I'm gonna punch them out. Keyboard warriors, I'm not sure. I know what you're about.
I know what you about. I know what you about. You about keyboard gangbanging, bro. Oh man. Oh Lord. That shit's hilarious, man. That shit's hilarious. Let's go.
$1 billion market. The problem?
Only working fusion power plants right now in the universe are stars.
Now it's a worldwide race to change that. The closest anyone's come was at the National Ignition Facility in California in 2020.
Hey, look, check this out, right? Look, I want y'all to understand. This is the majority. Look, this is the majority of the monolithians. This dude is such an idiot. He's so stupid, right? This dude's parents created such a fucking waste of a human being that this brainless piece of shit can't even engage in a conversation because he didn't pass 5th grade math. A fucking scumbag that's sitting here talking about quote unquote cripping and all this shit. I don't give a fuck about your niggas cripping, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not from the West Coast, nigga. I don't give a fuck about that shit. What happened to them crip niggas when 50 came out there? Shut the fuck up and sit your dumb ass down, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Fuck out of here. Let me tell you something, bro. Matter of fact, if you about that crip shit, nigga, check in here. Check in. Before my niggas check you out.
Too, with a brief but crucial moment of net positive fusion energy. But despite decades of U.S. leadership, China is catching up, building faster and spending twice as much to beat the U.S. to it.
If you care about
this dude right here, I want y'all to understand. This is a human that came out of a dog's vagina. You understand? Y'all understand what I'm saying? Nathaniel Jeter fell from a dog's vagina, stands upright, and calls himself a fucking human being. Bro, don't nobody that got a 25 motherfucking IQ be up in here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody that got a 25 IQ be up in here. You're too stupid to be in here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Maine. What's good with it, bro? Bro, look, facts. Shout out to Maine. Why do Crips make blacks check in, but whites and everyone else can walk all over them and be a part of their gang? Go ask your niggas that. Go ask your niggas that, Nathaniel. And your name is Nathaniel, bro. Get the fuck out of here. This dude's name is Nathaniel. Shout out to Carl. Hey, pro-crime, pro-ignorant culture. You see what I'm saying? But then when you get on the same level, oh my goodness, I can't believe you said I can't believe you saying this shit. Yeah, I'm saying it. You know what I'm saying? Because look, I want y'all to see this is how you got to deal with these people, man. You got to deal with these people like this. Now, look, shout out to Maine, right? I want y'all to understand this about this. Understand this, right? Maine said, why do Crips make blacks check in, but whites and everyone else can walk all over them? It's consistent with pro-blackness. The Crips started out as a pro-black community organization. When do pro-blacks ever have requirements for anybody else other than glazing them? They never do. The unconscious community. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. The unconscious community. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is what these type of people do. It'll be people sitting around having a discussion about some normal type shit, and motherfuckers want to run up on them like somebody won't just get up out of the crowd and just take care of them and lay them right down with their braids right along the lines on the sidewalk, like what they thought that they was gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. But again, that's what these people do, though. That's what they do. It's just another example. It's just another example, bro. I don't care. I don't care who you gang bang with. I don't care about. I don't have no respect for none of that shit, bro. I got no respect for somebody that got a prison education. You already failed the class if you ended up in prison. I don't have no respect for that. I hate to say this shit, but if you looking to make a baby, go tell that tough shit and them tough stories to a female. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll definitely show you love, right? But you're not about to get no love over here with that stupid ass shit. You might be able to go and pump that same game to a female, and you know what I'm saying? She'll, you know what I'm saying? She'll take a couple nuts from you and shit. But it ain't that type of party over here. Now, I want y'all to understand this, right? It's always open legs from females for a dude like Nathan Jeter, and it's always a paycheck from somebody like this dude on the screen, Andrew Howland, for an idiot like Nathan Jeter. And that right there should answer a bunch of the questions that people got. Shout out to DC. That's the point. Now, look, I want to ask y'all this question, right? Y'all ever seen that dude in the comments on Fox, News Nation, Mark Dice, Tim Pool, any of that? Nah. Hell nah. Hell nah. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, let me ask y'all this question. Hey, that's what's considered real ninja talk. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's what's called real ninja talk. To me, that ain't real ninja talk. To me, that's real clown talk. You know what I'm saying? This dude said, me and my ninjas be cripping. I don't care about none of that, nigga. I'm not from California. Real goofy talks. Facts. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Facts. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? I know that dude definitely don't know anything about nuclear fusion. I know that, but I'm glad that he came in, man, because I'm trying to tell y'all, man, this is what they be on. This is what they be on. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, mop the floor, hide the wet floor sign, and catch a nigga slipping. I know, right? He thought he had he thought he had bars. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got bars, prison bars, dummy. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he don't know about Mahi. You know what I'm saying? He don't know nothing about Mahi. Oh, man, look, we had to go right there with him. You know what I'm saying? We had to go right there with him and shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that be the better person shit. You know what I'm saying? I trying to tell y'all, man. I ain't with that be the better person shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get right there on that level with you and shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said he typed it in all caps so you could feel his rage. Right, like Tupac. You know what I'm saying? I feel your pain. Share it with me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. I feel your pain. Share it with me. Oh, man. That's hilarious.
About AI. If you care about, energy leadership, you have to make investments into fusion.
But look, though, this was crazy, right? We got to shout out. We got to thank Nathaniel Jeter, right? Listen, we got to thank Nathaniel Jeter. This is the reason why I be telling y'all, don't get rid of the trolls, right? Because I want y'all to understand. Did y'all see how I just had to get ignorant? Look at the chat numbers. You can't get rid of it when the majority of people are only watching for ignorant shit. You can't get rid of the trolls because the trolls got to put enough ignorant shit in there so that you could keep the dumb motherfuckers watching that's watching because they just as dumb as the fucking trolls. Oh, that shit exciting now. It should have been exciting from the jump when we was talking about $1.5 million $1.5 million retirement. But that shit wasn't exciting enough. It's got to be exciting. You know what I'm saying? Me going in on somebody, me going to, you know what I'm saying, reverting to the street. So we got to thank Nathaniel Jeter. You know what I'm saying? Because Nathaniel Jeter just exposes more of how simple-minded these simpleton people are. Shout out to Carlton, the TSBs, the simple people, the teaspoons. You know what I'm saying? So again, like the level of exposure, it's all around, and it's just easier to perform. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to man, and I ain't talking about you, man, but you know what I mean. You've been around forever, bro. You know what I mean. And again, we shout out to AV. He don't know about Mahi, bro. If you don't know about Mahi, I don't know what to say. And the first thing that he did was came up in here and and didn't show respect to Mahi. That was the first red flag. You can't come up in here and not show respect to Mahi and not expect something bad to happen to you or not expect something bad to get said to you. You got to show your proper respects. And when you don't come up in here respecting Mahi, we got to get you. We got to get you. That's just what it is. That's just the rules.
This is something that if the United States doesn't lead on, then China will.
New satellite images show China's rapid build-out of a giant new laser fusion site, twice the size of the California lab. Another huge state-funded project opens this year, and yet another is scheduled for 2027. This at a time when the U.S. has only upgraded existing machines, some of them 30-plus years old. At this rate, some say China could surpass the U.S. in 3 or 4 years.
All right, so now here's my question, right? When it comes to this nuclear fusion situation, what happens if China surpasses the United States? Let me know in the comment section what happens if China surpasses the United States. Shout out to AB. AB said gangbanging on the keyboard is not only accurate, it's classic. Bro, that shit is classic. That's classic.
Eastern person, I'm scared. I want to make sure we succeed.
A new report from senators and fusion experts is calling for $10 billion of federal funds to keep fusion from suffering the same fate as EV batteries and solar.
Now,
so for now,
what's going on with EV batteries and solar? I want you guys to understand. This is something that's not even being talked about as far as like the fusion dynamics, right? They're asking for $10 billion in federal funding. Now, listen, I want y'all to understand this. One of the reasons why Doge exists is Doge exists so that there can be a justifiable reason to reroute federal funds to a lot of these organizations to deal with this type of thing. But they got to have a name to put on it. Okay, that's one of the reasons why Doge exists. I can just call whatever I want to waste, fraud, and abuse. I'll cut the funding there. And that's where I got my $10 billion to invest in over here. Mainly invest in companies who have been at the table with me. The Mar-a-Lago companies who've been down to Mar-a-Lago and got pictures on social media with Trump. It's the same thing Trump is doing with the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. Whoop, it's no longer the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve anymore. And Bitcoin is so far off. You know what I'm saying? We're not even going to mention Bitcoin in a tweet. So just understand the games that are at play. You know what I'm saying?
A new report from senators and fusion experts is calling for $10 billion of federal funds to keep fusion from suffering the same fate as EV batteries and solar.
Now, I want to ask y'all this question. Why is the United States losing this tech war to China? Now, I want you guys to understand every other day, Trump keeps saying, oh, the United States is going to be the future headquarters of crypto. The United States is going to be the future headquarters of electronic vehicles. The United States is going to be the future headquarters of XYZ. How? How is this going to happen? What it seems like is that China just continues to keep dominating, right? It seems like China just keeps dominating in different business sectors. That's what it seems like keeps happening. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cassie. Cassie said, because we have dumbed down our population. Prime example is that Nathaniel dude. Facts.
So for now, it's a race between state-supported Chinese projects and private startups, the vast majority of which are based in the US, like Helion, with $1 billion from investors like OpenAI's Sam Altman, and a highly ambitious
So
deal
again,
with
now
Microsoft.
why am I want you guys to see these deals. And again, I keep asking this question. Now, I want to know, how can we have the money to strong arm in on some of these deals? See, this is the idea, right? I want y'all to look at this. Do you understand? So now where we're at is we're talking about being able to strong arm, benefit, and be a part of these deals. When we talked about retirement, look, man, most people will barely be able to retire. Retirement here in the United States requires being a millionaire. So having involvement in these type of deals outside of retirement. Now, listen, I want y'all to understand something, right? As far as quote unquote the reparations argument goes, right? What I find fascinating about the reparations argument is that no one has come up with a reparations argument where they can present to either political party reparations money will go directly into a 10-year company that will be focused on outperforming Chinese nuclear fusion. We will take the reparations money. The reparations money will be spent however we want it to be spent, but we will also have a 10-year initiative to outperform China with nuclear fusion. You guys notice all of these things where the United States is failing at, as it pertains to the reparations argument and, you know, convincing, because that's what it is convincing. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are sitting there demanding, but you're not demanding anything from somebody that you don't have the power to just take some stuff from, right? So that has never come into the discussion or into the presentation. And my question is, why not? That's why not? A lot of times when I hear reparations discussions, I don't even really be hearing people talking about getting into this type of business or anything. And again, you know, people can take the reparations money that no one has gotten yet, right? And do whatever they want to do with it, right? But I'm just curious as to why these things haven't been discussed. You know, people, I'm going to start a restaurant. Really? I'm going to buy real estate. I don't know if real estate is the best investment. I'm going to buy land. I don't know if land is the best investment. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to the quote unquote reparations argument, what is the best investment that you've ever heard anybody who talks about reparations say that they're going to put, or they would like to put their money into? What's the best investment? AI. Anybody heard any talks of AI? Any talks of nuclear fusion? Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said lots of right brain type ideas, right? A lot of brain cancer, a lot of brain cancer type ideas too, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, asteroid mining, right? Because we know that's how you increase the gold supply, right? Shout out to Carlton. Now, Bitcoin would be a good idea, but I mean, they believe Bitcoin is a scam. Anything anything that's an appreciative, I want you guys to understand how backwards these people are. Anything that's an appreciating asset, they think is a scam. They will take $100,000 and buy a Land Cruiser. They'll take $100,000 and buy a Maserati or a Maybach, which we know immediately depreciates. And it'll take $0. They'll take $0 and put it into something that appreciates. Again, the financial behavior is akin to the mental picture one has of themselves. If you don't believe that you're worth anything, you're not going to invest in anything worth anything. What do people invest in that's worth anything? People are, again, you know what I'm saying? Like, thank goodness, right, that most people just can't size people up, because I can size people up. Shout out to Jadakiss, right? I size people up, look at them and see their butt. Right? I size people up. And again, and the size up, it shouldn't be a secret. Shout out to Katsy. Consumerism versus investment. And again, on the stream that I did on the other channel, we talked about the consumerism purgatory. This is where people want to be. People want to be in a consumerist purgatory. Now, look, if you get into this type of business, this is a factor of production, right? Because this is energy production. But again, like I said, what I'm going to show you guys, what I'm going to prove to you guys is that everything that everybody is saying is nonsense. The people are full of shit. Now, look, y'all saw this on the screen, right? They, quote unquote, they keep this type of information from us.
Microsoft to deliver
Right?
fusion
This
power to the grid
this type of information right here.
by 2028.
You're not going to
Like the same fate as
Eastern person. I'm
at a time when the U.S. has only
Hold on real quick.
upgraded existing machines the size of the
This is
beat the U.S. with a
The universe.
term radioactive waste. If all goes to plan, it'll be at least a $1 trillion.
We wasn't told about this $1 trillion. We wasn't told. We wasn't told. They, quote unquote, keep this information from us. This is coming from a they news outlet. Right? If this is coming from a they news outlet, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. And again, 400 years, you know what I'm saying? Like after slavery, looking to be told shit is just wild to me. It's wild. It's bizarre. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was the major problem. But you know how it goes though. Y'all know how it goes. If you bring up an issue that's an internal issue, the person putting the microscope on the issue is the problem, not the issue itself. I want y'all to understand this. I want y'all to see this. This is always the case. Always. It's never not the case. Never. And what that means is that people don't want improvement. Yeah, I got to agree. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says people don't really care. They're just waiting for death. And they believe that everybody should die, You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is one of the reasons why I don't believe in unity. I don't believe in unity. How long have I said this? I don't believe in unity because people only want to be unified in a struggle. People only want to be unified in brokenness, and people only want to be unified in complaining about some shit. I don't want to be unified with that bullshit. That's all unity means. Where show me where there is a talk of unity with prosperity. Where? Show me where. Let's get rich together. Where's that happening at? Nowhere. Let's buy this company together. The only place that I could tell you that that's happening is that place in Georgia that we talked about. And they're not really getting no support. Ain't nobody really just doing repeated videos on them. Because even with the YouTube algorithm, which the YouTube algorithm is correct, the YouTube algorithm brokers videos to viewers based on viewer behavior. That's not what people are interested in. Facts. Shout out to DC Precise. Facts. Unified to use you as a life vest when they can't swim because they've been goofing off during the swim lessons. You know what? You can drown for all I care. Shout out to AB. The algorithm doesn't lie. Anytime people talk about this shadow banning and all of this stuff, none of that stuff is true. Now, again, there can be algorithmic manipulation, right? And with the algorithmic manipulation, the platform owner puts specific known constraints on particular content based on certain things, right? But as far as that happening on a wide scale automated basis, it's not true. People are just ashamed of the stupid shit that they watch. And then sit there and say, well, you know, if only it was more of. Nah, it's not only if it was more of. The YouTube algorithm is evidence that our people will not make us great. So that we got to make ourselves great. Because we don't have a Hawk Tua community, right? Now, this is one of the things that Brandon Jamal said was right. Brandon Jamal said, as soon as I got popular, look who tried to tear me down. They tried to build Hawk Tua up. Because they're not ready yet. Shout out to AB. Mahi got 500 views and 10 likes. Oh, man. That's wild, man. That's hilarious. But, I mean, he not lying about that, though. Look at what happened. I mean, that's what happened. People made that choice. And then it's not to be talked about. It's not to be talked about. If it's talked about, something's wrong with the person that's talking about it. It's not, I'm going to tell you guys something. It's not just the Democrat, like, it's not just the Democrats' fault. You know what I'm saying? Now, we got to ask this question. People either have a brain in their head or they don't. Right? So now here's my question. Do people have a brain in their head? Do they actually have one? Shout out to Cassie. Cassie says some of us do. Small percentage, minority. Let me ask you guys this question. Shout out to everybody in the stream. Let's just say by the end of the year, your crypto portfolio turns into $10 million. Who do you owe the money to? Do you owe the money to anybody? People always say give back. Give back. Like you're supposed to quote unquote give back. This person gives back to the community. Give back. Giving back means something was given to you. What was given to you? Give back. LeBron James supposed to give back to the community. What did Akron give LeBron James? LeBron James grew up in Spring Hill projects in the V. Seriously? You know what I'm saying? What did Spring Hill give LeBron James? Give back? I want to know. You're supposed to give back. What that means is that you was given something. Right? What were you given? You're supposed to give back to the community. You know what I'm saying? 50 Cent's supposed to give back to Southside Queens. The same Southside Queens that shot him up 9 times, right? You're supposed to give back? What? Take them bullets out and hand them back to somebody? What are you supposed to do? Give back? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said people will argue that Akron gave LeBron clout and street credit. No, Akron, for one, Akron didn't do that, right? For one, right? For two, LeBron James didn't even play ball for a Akron public school. He played for St. Vincent St. Mary, which is a private Catholic school. And as far as quote unquote street cred goes, you know what I'm saying? Like LeBron was in sports. It wasn't really you know what I'm saying? Like all throughout the streets, all like that. It wasn't that type of party. And again, what does street credit actually buy you though? You know what I'm saying? And again, like ask yourself this. What is this? Why is it that we have to have this extra form of currency called street cred that no one else has to have? You know Samson Mao, the cryptocurrency dude, a lot of times we watch his videos, you know what I'm saying? He's the one that was talking about the God candle and all that. What street cred do he have? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, "Get back to your own legacy, your kids, nephews, and nieces." Bro, facts. Fuck giving back. Right? You're supposed to give to a community that gave you absolutely nothing except for a hard life, a decreased lifespan, and the possibility of having a terminal interaction with the police. You know what I'm saying? Give back? I never got a scholarship from quote unquote the community. I never had to. If the quote unquote community has this issue with making people great, what is there to give back to? You know, when people like Frank Lucas and Bumpy Johnson and all them, when they was giving, now they should be giving back because the community buying crack from them. You know what I'm saying? So give back. Go ahead, give them a turkey at Thanksgiving. But to everybody else, they're not giving us shit. That's all they are giving us is shit. Right? So give what back exactly? Fuck out of here with that shit. That's that unconscious community bullshit. Give back. Give back to what? Give back to who? Show me a check that I ever got written to me. Show me some type of inheritance that I ever got. We inherited a bunch of fucking problems and a bunch of debt. And how the hell how did we inherit debt? Think about that. Right? Think about that. How did we inherit debt? But we did. So where's the prosperity unification at? Where's the prosperity unification at? Now, here's the thing, right? No one can debunk this argument. This argument is completely undebunkable. So what happens when an argument is undebunkable? Dealing with the facts of the argument is never the solution. We have to cry and call people coons because we're too stupid to deal with the facts of the argument. None of that shit is my problem. No, it's not you guys' problem either. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, you know, brother BLR, pass the plate, good sir. Right. Pass the plate. Now, where do you pass a plate at and it ain't nothing on there? When you eat and you go out to, you go over somebody's house and you eat, you don't pass a plate around and put your own food on it and then pass it back to the cook, right? The cook puts the food on the plate and pass it to everybody else. Right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, shit, the most I'll do for my old hood is build a laundromat for them to patronize. I'm listening. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. If I had that, I'm not doing anything for any faceless entity. I'm not doing shit. They're not even getting a laundromat from me. Because again, I need to be shown where I was given something. I'm not just going to give, quote unquote, give back because, oh, it's just a moral. I for one, you already know how I feel about morals. Y'all already know how I feel about morals. I don't believe in morals. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not about to just give up my money for no reason, right? And for two, if we're talking about quote unquote giving back, what that means is that you were given something. So what were you given? What was anybody given? We got to demand. If you ask me, people got to demand more. Demand more. People talk that stupid shit because of shaming talk, because they know how sensitive people are to shaming talk. What are you talking about? Give me more. You know what I'm saying? Give me back. What did you give me? What did any of us get? We're all supposed to give back. Shout out to Maine. Maine said, who said anything about giving? It's a good way to make money. Now, yeah, if you're doing it for some tax benefits, you know what I'm saying, to get some tax protection or whatever, that's the only thing it's worth. It's the only thing that shit is worth. You know how I give back? When my cryptocurrency pays a staking bonus, I restake it. That's how I give back. Shout out to Maine. Giving back will end you up like MC Hammer. And the reason why is because MC Hammer was giving back to a bunch of assets that never paid him anything. Never paid him anything. It is a staple of belief to waste your money on shit that doesn't pay. And like I said, I'm gonna show y'all this, man. I'm gonna show y'all this 50 times over. And then I'm gonna tell you, anytime anybody has any type of opposition to that position, it's always the all man arguments, the all man. You know, you gotta do. No, I don't know shit. I ain't mad at that. Facts. And I would do that too. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, man, we got a brother working on turning plastic to gasoline. That's the only MF I'm donating to. Bro, facts. Shout out to him. And more people should be donating to him, right? But again, now look, check this out, right? Where is the value for his talent? You see what I'm saying? So my man is working on turning branch chain polycarbons into gasoline. Where can he take that to this community that he's supposed to pay back and get a paycheck for it? As much of a problem as people got with Elon Musk, he's trapped in a position that the only place he can go to is a place like Tesla or a place like a Exxon. Because of greatness making refusal. And then once he gets a job with Tesla, people gonna criticize the fact, why you get a job with Tesla? Why didn't you make me a job? Why didn't you help me make a job? So this is what I'm saying. It's all about holding hands and unifying in mediocrity. It's all about joining hands and holding hands in failure to succeed. Right. He needs to find Cobra Commander because Cobra Commander needs some better employees. He out here like
morons! I have morons on my payroll!
You know what I'm saying? He working with a bunch of morons on his payroll.
Morons! I have morons on my payroll!
Right? Think about that though, y'all. I want y'all to really seriously sit back and think about it. Now, shout out to Maine. Maine says, and Elon will find a way to get it out of him and fire him. I'm not mad at Elon about that. I'm mad at this community that I'm supposed to pay back. I can't pay back for no security. Right? Shouldn't reinvestment get you security? I can't pay back for investment into a company that's working on that type of thing. So if Elon finds a way to get it out of him, Elon deserved it. That's just like if people find a way to get your Bitcoins out of y'all. Hey, you know the deal. You're supposed to hold them bad boys for dear life. Right? Somebody outsmart you and get your Bitcoin, that's on you. I feel it. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I'm trying to get one of those photon crypto miners from Tronless AI. When they build the next batch, the first rollout sold out in a day. I think, I'm sure they did because people see the value of that. It's going to be so many people that buy as many of those as they can so they can mine as much crypto as they can. And look, we got to ask the question. What share of the market of us do you think is going to buy that shit? Listen, I've been saying this forever, and I'm going to keep saying it. The world is correct. Scared money don't make money. You know what I'm saying? It's very pathetic, the state of the world right now. Everybody play a moral game like somebody ain't supposed to cheat you. If you ain't trying to figure out how to cheat somebody, you losing. Playing fair is for dummies. That's why dummies play fair. It's dummies that sit up. The dumbest people in the world sit up there and talk about playing fair. Look at who the people be talking about playing fair. The dummies are so dumb they don't even know how to cheat. And then they want everybody to hold hands at the bottom of the pot. I'm not holding hands with nobody at no bottom of no damn pot. I'm not doing it. And like I said, y'all are smart. Shout out to y'all. I'd advise you guys not to either. Again, shout out to Win, Lose, or Run. As much as these people be sitting there, listen, they pride themselves on the little ounce of Americanness you know what I'm saying, that America will grant you, and then still sit somewhere and talk about playing fair while complaining that other people don't play fair to them. If people don't get that playing fair ain't the American way, by now I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, bro. What do you do with it? What do you do with it? Like I said, man, I don't know what to I don't know what to say. I don't think that people deserve the comfort of gaslighting. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that they deserve the comfort of gaslighting. Shout out to Maine. Maine said, I'm not holding hands with anyone. Facts. Me neither. You know what I'm saying? Me neither. Again, show me where people are unified in financially cornering any market to create factors of production. There's none. But again, this is to be expected, right? Honestly, like seriously, this should be expected when everyone looks up, when the majority of people look up to idiots. I mean, like, again, I can't say it enough. The world is correct. Have you guys listened to how some of these solutions and different things that people come with, how stupid they sound, how dumb they are, how just they're not going to work at all? And then the biggest weapon that they have is not debunking the critiques. Is just, I got a bunch of subscribers. I'm gonna call you a coon and I'm gonna try to stifle your channel growth and shit. You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. So again, this is why I keep asking this question. What are you given? Let me ask you this question. Shout out to all of y'all. Wherever you grew up at, how much money did where you grew up at? How much money did that put in your pocket? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, when is the BLR We Shall Overcome live stream? Never. The same win is when we will actually overcome. Never. You know what I'm saying? Until people decide to actually want to try to do something. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just bizarre. So we should do a stream on that subreddit, bro, and maybe some of them people will come over. And you know when they come over, they're not gonna have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? They're just gonna yell and scream and talk wild, and you know what I'm saying? Do that monolith type of mating call communication shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said Rob shamed the keyboard gangster into disappearing. I'm still laughing, bro, because these people are soft. They soft as hell. You know what I'm saying? That dude better go away before I do some OnlyFans content with his mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? These people, like, it don't make any sense, man. It don't make any sense. But again, we got to ask these questions, right? And we got to ask these questions to expose the going nowhere-ness of this nonsense that they got us set up with here today. Right. Shout out to Maine. Nothing, just a life of people asking you for stuff. And that's one of the main reasons why me personally, right? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. I would without a doubt or without a question, you know what I'm saying, chop it up with y'all on some what can we do to create something. But anybody else? Nah. No. Mm-mm. So, you know, I don't necessarily know how valid of a critique it is, quote unquote. Somebody never did something, quote unquote, for us. I mean, because look, you know, I never did anything, you know what I'm saying, for a lot of people. A lot of people I have done stuff for. And the people that have done stuff for me or that I've done stuff for, they've looked out for me when they could. But I haven't done something for everybody. I don't expect something from everybody. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. What's good with you, bro? I don't expect something from everybody. You know what I'm saying? But the current, and again, if you have to take hand-me-downs, right? What kind of power position is that putting you in? I don't understand. Like what lesson did people learn from the Kanye situation where all of a sudden his money just wasn't worth anything? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't, you know, like I don't know. I don't know. Everybody, to me, like people got to get vetted. Everybody got to get vetted. And I ain't talking about vetting people based on their hairline. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about you got to bring some type of innovation to the table. You have to bring some type of financial idea to the table. You have to have a long-term outlook and goal. You have to be some type of professional. You have to bring some type of education. You're not just going, you know what I'm saying? Like you're not just gonna get no pass, you know what I'm saying, and be down with the crew. I'm not with that shit. And I don't want to be part of nobody else's crew, so I don't give a fuck about what their requirements is. You know what I'm saying? But it's no vetting requirements anywhere on anything. And that's one of the reasons why there's issues. These type of vetting requirements that people have and they talk about on YouTube, this is not real. Now, you know what I find fascinating? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Man, my man Win Lose a Rug can. You just paid Mahi a visit. Mahi is the hip hop tiki god. You know what I'm saying? You light the candles in honor of Mahi. And my man in the comment section didn't know who Mahi was. We had to school him. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, Mahi, man, that's hilarious. Man, that's funny as hell, man. Homeboy was so serious too. Who is Mahi, bruh? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that was funny as hell. But yeah, man, hey, like I said, people could just keep ignoring the obvious. People been ignoring the obvious for a long time, man. And then wonder why don't shit change. What people have to understand, you got to understand this. Make peace with this. Understand this. There is never, ever going to be a quote unquote long-term overarching change. There's never going to be that, ever. So what you got to understand is that for you and your respective group of people, right, regardless who your respective group of people may be, if you want the world, you have to come up with a plan for it. The plan's got to be, you know, something that whatever microculture you create is worked into the microculture, and you ensure that the message continues to go down the line of reproduction. That's it. all this nonsense that people are talking about. It's all emotion-based nothingness. It's all emotion-based nothingness. And you know, the thing that's interesting about it is that it really shouldn't be this difficult to show this to people. It really shouldn't be this difficult to prove it to people. But I mean, it's really not if people want to look at data. But again, what people need to pay attention to is the resistance in looking at data. And that's dangerous, man. The fact that people don't pay attention to facts. And I want you to understand that people have set up this like self-regulation type thing where like you better not criticize this or else you automatically know what's going to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like I said, I'm not scared of nobody. Ain't shit going to happen to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say what the fuck I want to, when I want to, about who I want to, where I want to. And like I said, the more people that adopt that, the more powerful people will become. Here's the deal. Anything that I've said, debunk anything that I said. Anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, you know, I'm going to just call you names because I'm not smart enough. I'm going to just call you names because I can't. Name calling and amateur comedy hour has become the accepted form of philosophy and intelligence. And then people wonder, well, how come no one really listens to anything that, you know, that we say? What? Because if people want to see something funny, they're going to listen to Jerry Seinfeld. They're not going to listen to you try to fight your way out of a wet paper bag. That shit's not funny. It shouldn't be funny, you know what I'm saying, to you. But like I said, we're going to show this. We're going to show this more and more and more and more and more. Look at politics now. Let me ask y'all this. Have you guys noticed that there's a drop-off in people paying attention to political content now? You know, it was like, you know, during the time when it was an off-season sport, everybody was a political expert. What happened to the politics? Now we got to talk about Umar Johnson. Now we got to talk about 50 and you know, Big Meech. This is what I'm saying, man. Short attention span. TikTok brains. Now we got to talk about Cam and Jim Jones. You know what I'm saying? We got to talk about Mahi. We got to talk about Mahi going to see what's up with Diddy. You know what I'm saying? That's what people put in their concentration in. And then they turn around and like, there's nothing wrong with that, right? I watch hip hop videos all the time. I love like old school hip hop videos. I'll be watching old school Smack DVDs, all that stuff all the time. But that's not what I spend all my time watching. You know what I'm saying? I follow a lot of cryptocurrency content very closely. I follow economic content very closely. But according to the YouTube algorithm, the majority of people just watch the recreational stuff. I don't know what I'm more tired of. I don't know if I'm more tired of hearing people lie or if I'm more tired of the current conditions of the world. What are you guys the most tired of? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, maybe we'll get another milk crate challenge to help fix the wealth gap. The milk crate challenge is crazy. Shout out to DC. DC said, yeah, definitely, Katsy. You're smart as hell. You need a couple colleagues and train up or build one of these LLMs for AI. Yeah. Bro, it's going to take, listen, I want to ask y'all this question. This is 3/18/2025. Is it going to take more or less than $1.5 million to retire on? Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, I would rather have our small group of truly interested and intelligent people. Yeah, me too. Let me ask you guys this question. Do intelligent people have a right to exploit unintelligent people? If you ask me, I believe they do. I believe they do. Because that's what you're here for. Intelligent people are here to plan. Unintelligent people are disposable and, you know, to be used as the robots until robots are actually made. So be an intelligent person. You know what I'm saying? One thing, if you ask me, one thing that makes intelligent people intelligent is they figure out how to get other people or the environment to do their bidding for them. I want y'all to think about this, man. This fantasy value system of like everybody just living together in harmony. How does that work? We'll all live together in harmony. How? Everybody gonna be making a universal basic income? How's that gonna work? Right. In any instance, bro. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, right. Are you lion food or shark food? You're not rewarded for being the slowest. You get bit on your ass. Facts. Facts. When are people going to, like, when are people going to get it? You know what I'm saying? It's frustrating for real. You know what I'm saying? And I think what really frustrates people the most is that people believe that they are outside of their perceived capability. So then they got to say something else. They got to say something else. I'm going to pray for XYZ to happen. Oh, you got to get you some supernatural help to deal with the mortals, huh? You know what I'm saying? You got to get you some supernatural help to deal with the mortals, huh? That's an interesting thing. That's an interesting thing. That's a whole nother discussion, right?
Dollar market. The problem?
Only working fusion power plants right now in the universe are stars.
Now it's a worldwide race to change that. The closest anyone's come was at the National Ignition Facility in California in 2022, with a brief but crucial moment of net positive fusion energy. But despite decades of US leadership, China is catching up, building faster and spending twice as much to beat the US to it.
If you care about AI, if you care about, you know, energy leadership, you have to make investments into fusion. This is something that if the United States doesn't lead on.
Carol just said, hit the button. Hey, hit the button. Hey, you got to ask that question, right? Oh, you got to, you know what I'm saying? You got to call you got to call your ancient spirits of evil to deal with the mortals. You can't deal with them with your own mortal self, huh? That's interesting.
Spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mum-Ra, the ever-living!
You got to rub on that genie and hope some hope comes out, huh? He do it like Juvenile. You got to rub that genie and hope some hope come out, huh? Oh man, listen, man. You know what I'm saying? If people want a comedy show, I'll definitely give it to them.
And then China will.
New satellite images show China's rapid build-out of a giant new laser fusion site, twice the size of the California lab. Another huge state-funded project opens this year, and yet another is scheduled for 2027. This at a time when the US has only upgraded existing machines, some of them 30-plus years old. At this rate, some say China could surpass the US in 3 or 4 years.
As a Western person, I'm scared. I want to make sure we succeed.
A new report from senators and fusion experts is calling for $10 billion of federal funds to keep fusion from suffering the same fate as EV batteries and solar. So for now, it's a race between state-supported Chinese projects and private startups, the vast majority of which are based in the US.
Now they keep calling, I want you guys to understand this, right? They keep calling these US projects private projects, but they're lying. These are not private projects. They're getting state funded the exact same way that the Chinese ones are getting state funded. They're calling these projects private projects to appease their own egos, and because they know that American people aren't very smart and all they operate off of is gaslighting and nationalism. These alleged private businesses are funded by the government. The same way the Chinese state-funded ones are funded by the Chinese Communist Party. You know what I'm saying? So now, again, let me ask you guys this question. What's the difference between these private businesses and a Chinese, quote-unquote, state-funded business?
Like Helion, with $1 billion from investors like OpenAI's Sam Altman, and a highly ambitious deal with Microsoft to deliver fusion power to the grid by 2028.
You're not going to have any new fission power in America by 2028. No, that's fusion power.
Now, 2028, that's less than three years from now. It's less than 3 years from now.
Google's backed TAE Technologies raised $1.2 billion. Commonwealth Fusion Systems has raised the most, nearly $2 billion, from the likes of Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Google.
You can't just punt this down the road and say, well, Fusion wanted.
Now, again, you hear the names that they're mentioning, right? And again, we got to keep asking. Now, again, if the community, quote unquote, wants us to, quote unquote, give back, right, then we have to place demands on the community to make large enterprise investments like this to be able to give us something. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. You don't get given back something when you've given nothing. Give back means that we were given something, and so we're going to pay it back in return. That's what that means. Right? So again, where's the people that we're supposed to pay back in these discussions? Creating jobs and energy that we can benefit from directly. There's not any. And again, it's not only is there not any, there's no interest in it. There's no interest in this. None. But then people say, where the money coming from? Now, let me ask you this question. Now we got to start asking the capability question. Is it the no interest? Or is it a non-capability? Don't ask that question. Because if you ask that question, you're a coon. Asking questions makes you a coon. Having expectations make you a coon. It's the same way that a man having expectations for a woman makes you a misogynist. I want a woman that looks good. I want a woman that does things that I expect are womanly. Oh, you're a misogynist because you have expectations. You're a coon if you have expectations. Now, mind you, you're only a coon if you have expectations in regards to a critique like this. You can literally use the exact same logic when it comes to, well, what would a political parties give us for our vote? If we give them our vote, what will they give back? Perfectly fine to ask. Go ahead, ask that question. People have programmed you to ask that question. Ask the question. All right, now this community that we're supposed to quote unquote give back to, what have we been given that why we need to give anything back? Don't ask that question. You're a coon. Shout out to the meme coins, right? Coons with questions. Right. Right. Coons with questions. We got a negative market cap. Call it the racial wealth gap. Right? Right? Don't ask this question. Right? I keep telling you, listen, it's gonna be without a doubt. It's without a doubt. So now, by the time we get through with all of these streams, with all of this content, people want to, I can't listen to it. It hurts too much. A lot of hurt dogs. Dogs with pain. There go another meme coin for you, Carlton. Dogs with pain. Right? We got a lot of them. Dogs with pain. Right? So we got to ask the capability question. Is that a fair question? Would you guys agree? Is that a fair question? Well, maybe people just can't do this. No, we can do anything. Okay, well, if you can do anything, do anything. I'm gonna put it out here like this. I'm gonna ask this question. Does energy have any influence on human culture? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said it's a little bit of both, probably. I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't disagree one bit. Now, let me ask you this question, right? If somebody comes up with a sustainable form of fusion energy, is that gonna influence the world culture more than hip hop? Somebody let me know. Now, if your radios are powered with fusion energy, if the concert lights and microphone stereo system is powered with fusion energy, right? If the electronic devices like phones and TVs and all that are powered with fusion energy, what's powering the culture? What's powering the culture? You know what I'm saying? could go back to beatboxing, right? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, I saw where you were going there. Yeah, you saw the trap. You saw the trap getting set. You know what I'm saying? Look, hey, listen, you got to go there, man. You got to do that. You got to do that. You got to do that. You know what I'm saying? Right. Look, shout out to DC Precise. You a coon. You a coon. Now, here goes my thing, right? Here goes my thing, right? With that argument. If I'm a coon, unplug everything and see how that shit go. Unplug unplug everything. You want Hollywood unplugged for real? Do Hollywood unplugged for real. Do hip hop unplugged for real and see and see how it goes. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said, I heard an Asian guy say something on Twitter Spaces. He said black people use their beat machines to make hip hop. Hey. I know the only thing that I can say in regards to that is that I know that there was an issue between Swiss Beats and Yamaha. I know that. And that's all I'm going to say on that. That's all I'm going to say on that. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, you would think, you know what I'm saying, that people would make their own beat machines. You know what I'm saying? But people don't make their own beat. Now, people was beatboxing, right? But then, you know, people don't make their own beat machines. It's an issue with machinery for some reason. Now, listen, you guys know the sound of the Caribbean, right? The sound of the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, it's a lot of people that's on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And these are diaspora war people, right? And the diaspora war people, they all the same. It don't matter if they're Caribbean or it don't matter if they're Black American. They all the same. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, as soon as I mention the word Caribbean, right, all of a sudden it's going to be a million people that's not Black American that's out there ready to say, oh, you know, this is a hate mongering, hate group, Black American. You know what I'm saying? You know, and again, that goes to the question of the intelligence, right? You can't sit still long enough to listen to an entire sentence be completed, right? So the sound of the Caribbean, you know what I'm saying? You know, people use those steel drums, right? How many people ever heard the steel drums? I like the way steel drums sound, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Now, do anybody know how the steel drums became an instrument? How did the steel drums become an instrument? You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't know how the steel drums became an instrument, I'll let y'all figure out. Y'all can look that up. How the steel drums became an instrument. Now, why am I asking that? I'm asking that because that's a unique sound and it's pretty cool, right? So why not digitize it and put it into a machine? Again, shout out to Carlton. There seems to be a fundamental issue with machinery. Shout out to AB. AB said, Mahi love that. AB said, Mahi. AB said, Mahi love that steel drum. You know what I'm saying? Mahi love the steel drum. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I love the steel. Listen, anytime I hear the steel drums, I think about pina colada. You know what I'm saying? I think about something nice mixed with some Malibu rum and sitting out on the beach. That's what I think about. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think about. But this is what I'm saying, though. It's the business practice, right? It's the business practice. Now, Carlton said, Carlton said, I heard an Asian guy say something on Twitter Spaces. He said, he said black people use their beat machines to make hip hop. What was the response when they said that? What was the response? Somebody said they only buy American. we only buy American. Was that the response? You know what I'm saying? Now, again, what's up with the lack of tech presence? And again, and then again, this goes into that whole situation of, you know, the H-1B1 visa outrage. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said we took it and made it fly. Well, by that argument, the white people did the same thing with the United States, right? By that argument, white people, you know what I'm saying, made it. They did the Jay-Z shit with the United States. You know what I'm saying? Prodigy, Prodigy, you had a hot hook. I made it a hot song. You know what I'm saying? You had a hot country. I made it a hot economy. You know what I'm saying? So now, what does that argument do then? And then, so if that argument can be used by one party, how can it not be used by another party and be acceptable? You made it a hot line. I made it a hot song. You know what I'm saying? You made it a hot line. I made it a hot song. We took it and made it fly. We took it and made it fly. Okay. People took Africa and made it fly. And people took the United States and made it fly. Okay, now what? So why am I saying that, right? Because I've never used that argument, right? So somebody would be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? That's not my argument, right? It's not my argument. Now, my question is, where is the cutoff to what culture vulturing is? You know what I'm saying? And again, this is why I'm asking, how can the argument be applicable in one situation, but then it's off limits in the other situation? We took it and made it fly. Okay. That's the hill that the Twitter Spaces people want to die on. They dead. They dead. Them Twitter Spaces people dead. You know what I'm saying? That's the hill that they wanted to die on. They dead. Somebody could say that them Jays, you know what I'm saying? The nano hats. Okay, we took hip hop and made it fly. You know what I'm saying? Because we distributed it. You know what I'm saying? We moved it all around the world. Yada yada yada. Y'all wasn't doing that. Yada yada yada. We took it and made it fly. So again, and this is what I want to tell y'all. These are the people that people be putting out front for them. It's the best argument somebody could come up with. We took it and made it fly. That's the best argument your Twitter Spaces activists to come up with for you. We took it and made it fly. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna use the Rockefeller. We're gonna use the Cockefeller argument. We took it and made it fly. You had a hot line to make it a hot song. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said Twitter Spaces are unproductive. I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? What be coming out of a Twitter Space? Besides just nonsensical stuff that we can have Carlton tell us about that we can make fun of because of how stupid it is. They said that we took it and made it fly. That's it. So, yo, Carlton, when they said that we took it and made it fly, what was what was the response? Could you imagine if this was going down in a court of law and that was we took it and make it fly? You know what I'm saying? Listen, the we took it and made it fly argument, that right there should be plenty evidence of that should be plenty evidence, right? Plenty evidence of why these highly technical companies don't exist. You know what I'm saying? Take that fusion energy and make it fly. You know what I'm saying? Right? Ooh, can't do that. Can't do that. So see, what I want y'all to understand is like there's clear issues, right? Clear gaps and competencies. These kind of things, these are the reasons why people don't want you investing in cryptocurrency. The idea of unity is a unified prison of status quo and you being broke eternally along with everybody else. If you've got all the money and all the resources in the world, you don't have to unify with anybody. You have all your monetary, financial, resource, and asset weapons unified together. You should only unify with people who are going to strengthen your unification. We got a bunch of weak links all over the place. Don't unify with weak links. Weak links break the chain. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Notice all of the people that are always talking about unifying, they don't have any basis to unify on. They can't. None of these people are trying to come up with any of these type of businesses. These type of people, listen, when you talk about this type of science and stuff like this, the fact that they're not capable of doing it comes out by them saying stupid stuff like, quote unquote, all these people want to do is X, Y, Z. Okay, so I mean, even if that's the case, don't you feel like you need to have some way to, deal with that or mitigate that risk? So you need to have your own secondary energy supply, or you know what I'm saying? No. This is evil, yada yada yada. Because you still believe in good and evil. You know what I'm saying? There's never a requirement on logic. There's never a requirement on intellect. There's never a requirement on anything making sense at all, ever. And anything that's outside of anybody's capability, it's evil. So, like I said, if I was you guys, I would go down the line and pay very close attention to what has been called evil on a legacy. Because if you ask me, one of the things that qualifies things as evil is, one, things that people just don't understand, or two, things that are outside people's capability or realm of understanding, which puts a hard line on their limit of capability. You know what I'm saying? No one cares if somebody, no one cares. Silly people listen to shaming. If somebody says that I'm doing something or being evil, I don't care. I'm just keep doing what I'm doing. I don't care. I don't care about what you think is evil or not. You know what I'm saying? Too many people actually take that and listen to it and contemplate on it. It's a lot of religions that don't believe in blood transfusions. Now, all of these religions that don't believe in blood transfusions, members of those religions have gotten blood transfusions to save their lives. Why would you get a blood transfusion to save your life? Why would you save your life to continue living in this realm if you believe that what you just did is going to send you to hell eternally, and you know that you're only on the planet Earth for a fixed period of time, how stupid is that? Does that make any sense? This is one of the reasons why I have more faith in artificial intelligence, robotics, and automation than I have in people. Because there's no limit to the extent of illogical nonsense that people will adhere to. It's no limit. Just like Master P. It's no limit. No limit to how stupid shit is that people will say and do with confidence. Matter of fact, that's one of the few things that people are actually confident in, subliminally, is their own stupidity, which is just wild. You know what I'm saying? Look, listen. If you get any type of organ transplant, is that a blood transfusion as well? Absolutely. Absolutely it is. You mean to tell me you don't think that there's blood from the host flowing through those organs? You mean to tell me that you don't think that you have to get typed and cross-matched for a blood transfusion? If you're getting a heart transfusion or a heart transplant, you know what I'm saying? You getting a liver transplant, you don't think that that qualifies as a blood transfusion? A preacher would be the first person to talk their way around and somehow that's not a blood it's not the same as a blood transfusion. But if you talk to a medical professional will tell you that all the criteria for a blood transfusion have to be in place for an organ transfusion. Have to be, the antibodies have to be screened, got to be typed and cross-matched, got to test for graft versus host disease. It doesn't matter though, because I'll make a separate standard for myself because it's something that I'm doing. This kind of nonsense is perpetual. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AV. AV said, now, Rob, I had a virtual fight with AI yesterday, and I just said, F it. Mahi it is. Bro, that was hilarious. I didn't even think about it until I read that in the comment section, and then I watched the video again, and I laughed for like a good 10 minutes. I laughed. Like, I didn't even notice it. You know what I'm saying? Until I read dude's comment. Then when I read dude's comment, I really started cracking up. I was like, this dude wilding right here, man. This is hilarious. Oh, man. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Is that we don't know what's happening. It is happening in China.
We sat down with 3 of the biggest US startups and fusion experts to find out what's at stake and ask what they're doing about China gaining ground in the race to commercial, limitless, clean atomic energy.
Now, I want y'all to understand this, right? Look at this. Now, look at this, right? Look at this, right? Remember how I always be asking the question, I don't understand people's like weird interest in bricks. You know what I'm saying? Like, people have this weird interest in bricks because like they feel hopeless that bricks getting at the United States is the only way that they can ever see the United States got at, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, in people's interest in bricks, right? We've talked about all these different businesses that are on the Chinese stock market that are doing really well, right? Now, here goes another area where Chinese business is doing well, right? You got DeepSeek, right? That threw off the entire US stock market, right? Now you got China leading in the fusion race, right? Which we've been talking about the fusion race over the years, right? All of the people that be sitting up there giving the economic breakdown about bricks, where's the companies that we're supposed to be investing in so we could, you know what I'm saying, hit some of this $1 trillion 2050 market cap? Let me ask y'all this question, man. The same way that we got goals, right? Like, yo, we trying to get whatever, 1,000 Ripple. right? We trying to get 10,000 Polygon, trying to get 0.1 Bitcoin. How many people will pass these financial goals down to their children? Because these financial assets are not going away, right? So, you know, when you die, you on your deathbed, you pass over your cryptocurrency portfolio to the kids. The idea, tell the kids, is not to spend up this crypto. The idea is for you to expand this portfolio. You need to expand this portfolio. You know what I'm saying? You need to have 0.2. You need to have 0.2 Bitcoin. You need to have 2,000 Ripple. You need to have 20,000, you know what I'm saying, Polygon. You need to have 1,000 Matic, still staking at 14%, because that's higher than the inflation rate. It don't stop because my heart stopped. These are a list of things that you need to be doing as well. And you need to build onto this list and pass this list on to your kids. Right? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says some will pass down their Twitter login credentials instead of Bitcoin. Yeah. And then we already know what they're gonna ask. What are they gonna ask? Now, you know, you should also build a business, right? Now, look, build a business. Look at MicroStrategies, right? Look at this. Look at oh man. Oh man. Look. Right? Now look at MicroStrategies, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, MicroStrategies got all the Bitcoin locked up into preferred stock and common stock and convertible bonds, right? So all of the wealth of MicroStrategies, you know, for the most part, whoever the majority stockholder, whoever the majority shareholder is in MicroStrategies, or call it strategies now, right? That is where the majority of wealth will go to, right? For MicroStrategies, right? Now, shout out to Umar Johnson, right? Shout out to Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson's logic, right, says that if you marry outside of your race, the money just vanishes allegedly from the community, which I don't know how it was in the community in the first place, but let's just say that it was, right? Now, I saw a video about that, about Eve this morning, right? You know, Eve from Philly. I think it was O'Shea Duke Jackson. He made this weird ass video about Eve and shit, right? So I was watching the video about Eve and I thought to myself, yo, this is interesting, right? Now, how much of that money that millionaire, right, that she married, that white dude, the millionaire, how much of that money left out of the quote unquote white community? I mean, these are just stupid ass arguments. What about Selena Williams? What was it? Yeah, Selena Williams, right? She married to the dude that owns Reddit, right? How much of the money left, quote unquote, white community to Selena Williams? Now, how is this a unidirectional currency flow? Somebody make this make sense. So why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. For one, if you create a trust, right, for your financial portfolio that has strict and specific instructions, right? Those strict and specific instructions will directly dictate how the money is utilized. And for two, if you create an initiative like amongst your family to say this is the goal. Our goal is to get XYZ amount of assets, and you keep in line with that goal as part of your family tradition to get the assets, eventually, at some point, you will hit that goal. So now, again, like with anything, when it comes to Umar, what is he talking about? You want to know when some money left the quote unquote community? When they sold the Negro League. Now let me ask y'all this question: whose dick and vagina was involved in that? So why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this: why don't people listen to economic professionals about economy and let entertainers entertain? I mean, I'm telling you, man, people will take and stretch arguments that don't make any sense. They'll take them and stretch them bad boys all the way out. They'll stretch them a light year long, and nobody will do anything about it. No one will do anything about it. One of the reasons why nobody does anything about it is because most people don't have a knowledge base large enough to even be able to detect whether somebody is leading them in the wrong direction or not. You know what I'm saying? Why do people accept that? It's beyond me. Why do people accept that? Where are these people's thoughts and sage knowledge and education on this type of stuff right here? The best thing that I can tell you to do is invest in my super chat. Invest in the super chat. Like, come on, man. Like that's wild, man. But that's what people want to hear, and that's what people living for every single day. That's I don't know what to say. What do you say to that? You know what I'm saying? What do you say to that?
The U.S. first harnessed nuclear reactions 80 years ago, using it to create the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. Those used the energy created when atoms split apart, fission, which went on to power nuclear plants. And more recently, small modular reactors, SMRs, which are seeing big investments from the likes of Amazon and
Now
Google.
listen, I want y'all to understand this, right? I want y'all to listen to these weirdos, right? Listen to this. Now, you guys have heard this stupid ass argument about quote unquote we the most patriotic people, right? How many people have heard that argument? If you guys have heard this argument, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, give me a thumbs down. Now, the most patriotic people will sit there and criticize the United States about dropping these atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and literally none of these people ever say that Japan ever did anything wrong ever for dropping a bomb unexpectedly on Pearl Harbor. But they claim to be, you know what I'm saying, like we the most patriotic people. But you're patriotic though. Shame on America for dropping these 2 atomic bombs, you know what I'm saying, on Japan. And we won't mention at all that America got surprise bombed by Japan, but we the most patriotic though. You know what I'm saying, this is that stupid shit. This is that dumbass shit that I be talking about. This is that dumbass argument shit that don't be making any sense. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying. There has to be, like, how many people agree we need to bring not only shaming and shunning needs to be brought back. There needs to be a Skid Row for stupid people, where there's a Skid Row. All these people are restricted behind the Skid Row. It's a big ass fence that they can't get behind, that they can't get out from, and there's sharpshooters in front of it in case they do get out. You know what I'm saying? They can just either get put right back in, or you know what I'm saying, they can go right up off the planet if they need to. Because I don't think that people understand the detriment of these idiotic arguments that people allow. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise says, "You mean the gun line, boss?" I mean the facts, bro. I mean the gun line. Facts. I'm not even trying to be funny, man. Like, they might need to have some type of remote. They might need to have some type of remote control device strapped to them too. So if the sharpshooters don't get them, somebody can just press a button. You know what I'm saying? And if we hear something, you know what I'm saying, explode, then you know what I'm saying, we know we can cross that name off the list. Because it's just too bad. It's just too bad out here, man. And you know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, sounds like an internment camp. Yeah, they definitely justified the internment camps, you know what I'm saying, based on the Pearl Harbor thing. Now, and again, right, you know, that see, and Carlton know what he'd be doing too, so I'm gonna have to go down this rabbit hole too. If it was if World War II happened today, would people justify the internment camps of Japan? That's my question. If World War II was today, let's say, for instance, there was an attack on the United States, would people justify the internment camp logic today? Philip's got to have a video about it every two weeks. Every 2 days. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to DC Precise. Yeah, of course. Facts. Yeah, they would. They would. They would. But now, at the same time, people turn around and say that this is wrong. Now, if it was today, the first thing that they would say is they don't have no business in the country anyway. Right? That'd be the first thing that they would say. We had to make some YouTube videos about them. The internment bros, right? The internment bros. But again, my question, the question that I got to ask people is, why do people let people get away with these stupid ass arguments? And I want you guys to understand something. Again, like I said, it's not the YouTube algorithm. It's not the YouTube algorithm. I could switch my content up and come up with and just say bullshit and just gaslight y'all the entire time. I have 500 people in the chat. I have 500 people in the chat. I just tell y'all some bullshit y'all want to hear. 500 people in the chat. It's not about skill. You know what I'm saying? It's not about editing. It's not about graphics. It's not about sound quality. It's not about none of that. Because we've already proven that there's no requirement for quality. The only requirement for quality that there is how good of quality gaslighting can somebody do? You know what I'm saying? The quality of the gaslighting that you deliver, right? That right there is what makes you a success or a failure on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's not the quality of anything else. It's nothing else. It's just that. You know what I'm saying?
As a way to power AI data centers.
The AI boom kind of came out of left field when it became clear the sheer volume of power that was going to be required.
While the US still has the most active nuclear power plants, China is now king in new projects. Despite breaking ground on its first reactor nearly 4 decades after the US pioneered the tech, China is now building far more fission power plants than any other country. China entered the fusion race in the early 2000s, about 50 years after the US. That's when China joined the US and some 32 other nations to collaborate on ITER, the international...
Right. Now look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, facts, quality is not needed. I see YouTubers with the camera upside down and will have hundreds of people in the chat. Bro, facts. Facts. And the thing is that, listen, I want people to cop to this shit about themselves. People need to stop lying about themselves. Listen, I want y'all to understand, this is the reason why people are clueless about any type of quality. They are so clueless that the only thing that they consider quality is something that somebody else told they stupid asses is quality. You know what I'm saying? Why do you think that people talk about all these different Versace, Gucci? You know what I'm saying? That's what people think is quality. Now, you know, can somebody tell you thread count on any of that shit? Can anybody tell you about the types of cotton or the type of raw materials went into it? No, they can't tell you shit. That's one of the reasons why in a situation where you actually have technical shit, like a YouTube channel, where there's a particular aspect ratio for the camera, and, you know, if the camera's supposed to be, you know, 1030 80p or whatever, no one appreciates that shit because they have no concept of what the good quality is. And again, this can be proven historically by the way people just give shit away. Hey, listen, man, I'll just sell the Negro League away. I'll just sell my newspaper press away. I'll just sell my bus company away. Motherfuckers have no clue about quality at all and expose themselves every single time. The fact that people will sit there and watch somebody with a camera upside the fuck down, you know what I'm saying, and have hundreds of simpleton, brainless ants in there watching it, that tells you everything. Tells you everything. And I don't understand why people should not have this shit said about them to their face. You know what I'm saying? If you have no quality standard, you keep pushing down the value of shit that actually has quality. You know what I'm saying? Look at the retail investors in Bitcoin. Because of the way that they trade and because of the way they have shaky hands and because of the way that they sell, anytime that there's any negative market movement, they push down the value of Bitcoin. We got a bunch of quality, ignorant motherfuckers. And they push down the value of anything that has quality. So, again, just being around people, you're already dealing with a racial wealth gap, and you're getting value sucked out of everything that you have because of the lack of appreciation and understanding of quality. And again, I asked the question, you're supposed to give back to what? The vacuum that's constantly sucking quality out, the value that's the situation that's constantly sucking worth out, give back to what? Lil John said, turn down for what? Give back for what? Don't even appreciate quality. I see people say, I'm going to edit this video. And then I watch a video and I'm like, where's the editing at? Where's the editing at? Why, if you have no quality standards for yourself, should anyone else be interested in spoon feeding you any quality? If you make a choice to eat shit on your own. Why should you be offended when somebody else offers you shit to eat? Think about that. I want y'all to seriously think about that. Somebody else is supposed to give you a 5-star meal when you literally eat shit voluntarily. Make it make sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
Thermonuclear experimental reactor mega project in France.
But since then, they are training many more plasma physicists, fusion scientists, than are being trained at American universities. We know they're moving faster than.
So now, so you guys heard the education gap, right? So there you go. You know what I'm saying? If people need to feel needed, become a plasma nuclear scientist. Now, let me ask you guys this question. You guys think that there's going to be a 150% jump in plasma nuclear scientists after this stream? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now, in 2050, do you think that there's going to be a 150% jump in bitching? Oh, nobody told us about this. Nobody told us about this. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Look. They're showing the education gap right there. So become a plasma nuclear scientist, right? Now, somebody is sit there and say, oh, you know, I'm just now hearing about this shit, right? I've been talking about this.
Joined the US and some 32 other nations to collaborate on ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor mega project in France.
But since then, they are training many more plasma physicists.
Look, hey, Carlton, look, check this out. Carlton said, dang, what I tell you, bro? Wop, 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 wop. I'm going to fuck them up. Right? Wop, 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 wop. I'm going to fuck them up.
Fusion scientists than are being trained at American universities. We know they're moving faster than the US government program.
The first large-scale use of fusion was a US hydrogen bomb test in 1952. But in the 7 decades since, scientists have struggled to harness more energy than is used to heat and sustain the fusion fuel. Fusion is the way stars, including our sun, make energy. The fuel is hydrogen, a light, abundant element in comparison to the heavy, scarce uranium used by fission. When hydrogen atoms reach extreme enough temperatures, up to 270 million degrees, 10 times hotter than the sun, the pressure causes them to fuse together.
Now, look, let's ask this question, right? We're going to ask some basic physics questions, right? Now, let me ask y'all this. When it comes to a hydrogen atom, right, or a hydrogen ion fusing, right, with another ion or another atom, how can these elements or how can these particles, how can they be fused together if through principles of electromagnetic energy, like forces repel? Right? See, I want you to look at the model. If you look at the model, you got plus, right? And you got plus, right? These two pluses are coming together and sticking together. How does that happen, right? If plus and plus repel, right?
Uranium used by fission. When hydrogen atoms reach extreme enough temperatures, up to 270 million degrees, 10 times hotter than the sun, the pressure causes them to fuse together.
Now, how does that, now, what's the mechanics of that? How does that work? How is it that a temperature increase, clearly a high temperature increase, in these particles creates an environment to where electromagnetic forces can be, overcome to where there's a magnet-like phenomenon that takes place that allows the same charge to attract to each other? How does that work? How does that work? Somebody let me know how that works. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said heat. What else? Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said, how can we expect the college kids to understand physics when they can't even figure out the difference between a male and a female? There you go, right there. That's right. I mean, that's facts right there.
Forming a superheated gas called plasma. When they fuse, they create helium, shedding some mass in the process, which can be turned into huge amounts of energy. But the plasma is hard to control. It does respond to magnetic fields, allowing for magnetic confinement fusion, where the plasma is suspended and controlled inside a donut-shaped tokamak. In inertial confinement fusion, high-energy lasers are pointed at a peppercorn-sized pellet of fuel, rapidly compressing and imploding it. That's how the U.S. pulled off the historic first fusion ignition, producing net positive energy at the Lawrence Livermore National Ignition Facility, NIF, in 2022.
So look, check this out, right? This is easy, right? So everybody should be everybody should be doing this, right? Everybody should be doing this. Let me look. You know what I'm saying? Look, let me ask y'all this. Why is there a lack of interest in this kind of stuff? Why is there a lack of representation in this type of stuff? Think about it, man. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Now, you know, when people be in school, you know, it's cool to say, oh, well, that's too hard, that's too hard, that's too hard. But then when you got people roasting you all up and down social media, you know what I'm saying? That whole it's too hard thing, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? People ain't really feeling it all like that. You know what I'm saying? But people was feeling it when they were saying it though. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said, because it's not flashy work. Shit, I bet you these flashes. I bet you these. I bet you these flashes inside these nuclear power plants. I bet you these flashes will take your face off. You know what I'm saying?
For a very, very brief time, literally nanoseconds, 192 lasers, each of which is the most powerful laser in the world, all fired onto a small target.
Look at them! Look at them flashes. Them ain't look. Look, them flashes ain't enough. You know what I'm saying? Them flashes ain't enough.
Size of a BB. That fusion fuel then ignited. And
look at that flash right there. Look at that flash. I guarantee you that got more bling in it than anybody's necklace. I'll put money on it. I'll put an entire Bitcoin on it that right there got more flash than anybody's necklace you could bring up. You could bring out. You know what I'm saying? Show me somebody got more bling than this nuclear reactor. Show it to me. Where they at? What record label they with? What set they represent? You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to y'all, man. Hey, look. Hey, we hurt somebody's feelings. Somebody unsubscribed. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said nobody got popped. Yeah, but y'all seen Homer Simpson, though. If you work in a plant like this, you got to wear the get rich or die trying suit. You know what I'm saying? Not only is you wearing you wearing a nuclear you wearing a nuclear radiation proof suit. It's more than just a vest. Somebody got popped. Look at all these people that got cancer. They all got popped with electrons. Look, they all got popped. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that got free radical damage got popped. Right?
And released more energy than was put onto the target. The next step, though, is to show that you can do it in a commercially relevant manner.
Up to now, fusion has required a ton of capital for.
Hey, where is Nathan Jeter at? Is Nathan Jeter still in here? Because this white dude had a crib rag on.
The next.
There you go, right there. Get him. Get him, boy. You know what I'm saying? Like DMX said, get him, boy. You know what I'm saying? There you go. He got the crib rag on. Where Nathan Jeter at? Nathan Jeter still in the chat?
Step, though, is to show that you can do it in a commercially relevant manner.
Up to now, fusion has required a ton of capital for huge facilities. Think giant laser bays and massive tokamaks. That's why some startups are trying new ways of controlling plasma in hopes of scaling down. Zap Energy sends a bolt of electricity through it. Bezos-backed General Fusion uses steam pistons. Helion uses magnetic pulses to send plasmas toward each other at more than 1 million miles per hour in a cylinder instead of a tokamak. TAE Technologies uses a different kind of fuel and particle beams.
Now, how come people ain't building these? Shout out to Carl. Carl just said it's hard to flex on people with this job, bro. It's hard to flex. All that strange flexing got their arms cramping up, bro. All the strange flexing, you know what I'm saying? The strange flexing has their arms all cramped up. You know what I'm saying?
Whoever has essentially abundant, limitless energy, it can impact everything you think of, from healthcare to access to food and water, the principal things to find quality of life, all of it. And I think that is a scary thought if that's in their own hands.
But when it comes to public support, China is way ahead. The Department of Energy estimates Beijing is putting a reported $1.5 billion annually toward the effort, while U.S. federal dollars for fusion have averaged about $800 million annually the last few years. And in 2023, the DOE says China's fusion investments were more than those of all other countries combined.
Look at that right there. So again, right, this is just more evidence. You got to pay to play. Right. We got shout out to AB. AB said, "Oh, someone's feelings got hurt. They unsubscribed." Right. Shout out to y'all, but we got idiots who are subscribed. You know what I'm saying?
Morons! I have morons on my payroll!
Morons! I have morons on my channel. You know what I'm saying?
Morons! I have morons on my payroll!
We got to get them out. We got to get them out of here. They're not welcome. You know what I'm saying? They're not welcome.
The Chinese system is famously opaque and difficult to see as an outsider.
One thing we do know, for now, the bigger the reactor, the more efficiently it can heat and confine the plasma, so the higher chance for net positive energy. And China's newest fusion project is massive. Satellite images show a rapid build-out in 2024 of 4 laser bays pointing at a containment dome where the fusion reaction will occur. That dome alone is roughly the size.
Yeah, again, shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said they're anti-intelligence. That is facts. That, and again, people can get upset with that. It doesn't matter whether they disagree with it or not, because it's a hardcore fact. All you got to do is just look at the numbers. Just look at the numbers. Oh, don't mention the numbers. Anybody who mentions the number, and nobody, you know what I'm saying? We're mentioning the numbers. You know what I'm saying? We're mentioning the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AB. AB said Jeter is on. What are you on? Look, I ain't mad. Look, hey, I'm not mad at. Listen, it's unfortunate, man. You need to have people like Jeter, right, in order to have people pay attention. Because if you're simply talking about something that is beneficial, nobody cares. Because nobody wants benefit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Hey, make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, supporting the organization and weeding out the meek. Unsubscribe, stupid. Right, facts. How many people agree that not only do they need to bring, again, I had mentioned this earlier, but they need to bring shaming and shunning back. Shaming and shunning, they need to be they need to be intertwined together. Like, you can't just have shaming, right? You got to have shaming and shunning, and you got to have triple S. You got to have shaming, shunning, and suppression. You got to shame somebody. You got to make it so that their name has absolutely no credibility. You got to shun them so that they have no access to anything, and they have to be suppressed so that they have absolutely nothing, but the only thing that they got is the ability to beg if they are stupid. You know what I'm saying? It should not be accepted. You know what I'm saying? I think that is fascinating, you know what I'm saying, that being tall is a more desirable trait than having a functional brain, you know what I'm saying, amongst the dating people. You know what I'm saying? But that tends to kind of explain why the kind of people that get reproduced. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love for funding the organization and for buying y'all lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Definitely appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Maine. Look, shout out to Maine. Maine said, because we're trying to reproduce basketball players. Hey. It's the same thing. Look, check this out. All them little videos and the little shorts and stuff like that. When I be like, yo, look at the comment section of these, right? Like, look at the comment sections. These comment sections are wild, right? They're wild. And the wild comments, y'all know where they be coming from, right? Now, look, so like, if people are trying to produce basketball players, right? Which I wouldn't disagree with Maine on this. You know what I'm saying? Maine is probably 100% accurate. What do you say to that? What do you say to it? Who told somebody to make a basketball player? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to understand, like, all of these arguments of the past, right? None of them hold up to. They're all false. They're all fake. With zero backup plan. Fact. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. With zero backup plan. Shout out to Maine. It's inefficient, especially if they aren't going to own a league. And you know they not. You know they not. Not even thinking about that. They're not even. They're listen. I want to. They're trying to manufacture a future, child to already go and work for somebody else. Like, that's crazy, man. I'm creating a child genetically designed to make money for this other person. Like, that's crazy. And listen, shout out to Brooklyn Facts. In many cases, what people consider beauty and intelligence are never wrapped up in the same package. Right? You know what I'm saying? Right? It's not a lot where, what I'm saying? There's not a lot of times where what people consider beauty is wrapped up in the same package as intelligence. I was actually watching the short with 50 Cent, and I was dying laughing because 50 actually said something that I had said. You know what I'm saying? And 50 was like, like quote unquote dime pieces or whatever, like attractive, you know what I'm saying, chicks or whatever. They all right to look at, you know what I'm saying, but they might not really be the best investment. And you know what I'm saying? Like, who's the smartest, like what they call like an IG model or whatever? Like, who's an intelligent one? There's not really very many like smart, brilliant, genius, you know what I'm saying, people that's paired with what people would consider beauty out there. It's not a lot of, you know what I'm saying, it's not a lot of these athletes are not about to retire and work at none of these nuclear fusion companies that we just talked about neither. You know what I'm saying? How many of these athletes have ever retired and become brain surgeons or discovered some type of medication or some type of cure to a chronic disease? You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know, man. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting. And I think I want y'all to think about this, right? The rabbit holes, and the things, the analysis that we go down, right? The lanes that we go down. No one ever really has like any type of rebuttal to any of it. It's never a rebuttal. We'll rather leave this alone than touch it. We'll leave this one alone. We'll leave this stuff that's going we'll leave this stuff that's going on over here alone. You know what I'm saying? We'll sneak out the back door on it. You know what I'm saying? But that's about the best we're going to do. We're going to sneak out the back door. We're going to leave this alone, though. You know what I'm saying? But again, where's the answers to the questions at? Where's the answers to the questions at? Where they at? Where the answers at? Why we don't have any answers? We've been asking questions for a very long time, and we don't have any answers to the questions. Why don't we have answers? Why don't we have answers? Yeah. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Facts. Ninjas love their ops. Facts. Super facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, well, those chicks don't take their DNA into account. IQ on a downward spiral. Man, look at it. It looks just like going down a drain. Shout out to Maine. Maine said, eventually we'll have dudes with the ability to ignite basket. May said, eventually we'll have dudes with the ability to ignite. Hey, they'll call it gasket ball, bro. You know what I'm saying? They had the gasket ball challenge on TikTok. People just pouring gasolines into basketballs and lighting them up and trying to dunk it before the ball blow up. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, we'll have dudes with the ability to ignite basketballs like the guys on NBA Jam. Unfortunately, they'll be able to nuke us from a spaceship at that point. Right. Yeah. Shout out to Katsy. Yeah. Because humans, for the most part, don't make sense. Emotionally led people can't be reasoned with. This is one of the reasons why I say I'm against unity. Because you're going to unify with what? Let me ask you guys this question. Who wants to unify for your benefit? No one. Fireball liquor. Facts. It'll be the the fire. Hey, they'll be on the wrapper of some Fireball liquor. That's hilarious. A Fireball whiskey. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, he's on fire. You know what I'm saying? The Fireball liquor, it had a Miami Heat. It had a Miami Heat mascot. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look, hey, the Miami Heat was on to something back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Look, hey, here you go. This is what Maine was this is what Maine was talking about right here. Oh man, look, here you go, man. That's exactly what you was talking about right there. Eventually, we'll have dudes with the ability to ignite basketball, to ignite basketballs like guys on NBA Jam. Unfortunately, they'll be able to nuke us from a spaceship at that point. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I remember you could play as President Bill Clinton on NBA Jam. Fact, you could play as, bro, they had all kind of stuff going on NBA Jam. It was all kind of hidden characters on there. Couldn't you play with Mortal Kombat characters and stuff too? Didn't they have like Scorpion and Sub-Zero and Ermac, right? And Noob Sabiot. Oh man, yeah! Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, the Heat. Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Hey, listen, man. You know, it's crazy, man. Like, how about Baraka? Hey, look, ain't that crazy? They had a character called Baraka. They had the character called Baraka. You know what I'm saying? But listen, this is what I want y'all to. I want y'all to keep, like I said, you know, keep track of this stuff, man. That's the reason why. That's the reason why we be roasting this stuff over here. You gotta you have to roast the nonsense, and you gotta roast the people that contribute to the nonsense. To me, it don't make any sense for people to ask, well, where is this at? Where is that at? Nobody trying to make it. No one cares. Anytime you talk about, well, you know, what about this? Somebody gonna stop us from doing it. How do you know if ain't nobody tried? And again, well, okay, well, maybe there needs to be a bunch of stops until people figure out how to not get stopped. You know what I'm saying? But until then, we just have to pay attention to all the money that people are leaving on the table, and we take as much of it as we can and not share it with them. We're going to take the money and we're not sharing it with them. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Everybody make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. You know what I'm saying? She supported the stream. Definitely appreciate you. And, you know, we're going to have some more streams coming up. You know what I'm saying? But your boy got to go. So as always, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Time I did, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinate. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red, it's not one trill. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Look at out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. To get ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.